2 orders at the moment in the Standard Bank Series. Of course, this is the final at the Wanderers, and we are all very pumped up for this game. The South Africans are. They've been out there for a long time today. They're out there for some time before the Australians did, by the way. And, of course, the Australians are very excited about the fact that they've come back from 2-0 down in the series, and now it is 2-all. Graeme Smith, lots of pressure on him as the skipper in front of the home crowd. Capacity crowd expected at Liberty Life Wanderers. Some 32,000 people are going to be crammed in here today. Conditions are absolutely ideal for cricket. No rain expected. The ground staff have assured us of that, and the pitch is an absolute beauty. I can tell you, you'll notice there are some areas that are not filled up yet in the stands. I can tell you there are thousands of people outside this ground trying to get in right now. And I guess they'll be a little bit frustrated that they haven't had an opportunity to get in for the start of this match. To see the first ball, Ricky Ponting won the toss and elected to bat. And, of course, Adam Gilchrist, who looks like he's in pretty good nick at the moment without nailing a big one. He's a fine player, we know that. And he's a big match player also. 1400s in 239 games, an average of 36. Best of 172, and that strike rate is just remarkable, 96.2. He is obviously one of the big danger men for South Africa. And they love playing at the Wanderers, the Australians. They've won 4 games out of 6 here. The memories are very sweet for them. The last time they arrived here, they played in the one-day international game, that is. They won the World Cup in 2003. And his partner is Simon Kadich, another left-hander. There's a whole host of left-handers around the place for Australia. Just playing his 38th game now, average of 35.5, best of 107. He's got the 100 and a strike rate, a more sedate strike rate of 70. By the way, the average strike rates for the top order international players in one-day games is around about 73, 74. So he's pretty much on the mark. And of course, you get the odd player who is far superior. South Africa without Sean Pollock. That's a major blow. So it's Mackay Ntini who's going to be starting proceedings from the Call It Drive end, 28 years of age. And he'll be extremely keen to get stuck into the Australians. 129 games, best of 6 for 22. Not that long ago, of course, in Cape Town. Had a pretty tidy economy rate. And in the series, the economy rate just a little bit higher than what we've seen so far from him. But he's a wicket taker, we know that. Alongside me, Pat Simcox. Good morning, Pat.
Morning, Michael. Good to be here, and good morning to all the viewers, wherever you may be in the world. The scene is set, and just get the feeling from the people in the ground that this was the 2003 World Cup that they wanted. They wanted South Africa to play Australia. It didn't happen. They've got it now. This is the final.
Mackay Ntini, first ball. And it's a good one first up. There'll be some good carry here at the Wanderers. I mentioned the track is an absolute beauty. It is a 10 o'clock start on a Sunday morning. It's a good colour, this track at the moment. There's no grass at all. It's a little bit on the dark side, actually, which is attributed to the soil here at Liberty Life Wanderers. But there will be, with the new ball, just a little bit of movement in the first 45 minutes to an hour. Just a little bit, which is what these batsmen are going to have to look out for. And there's a bit.
Well, good pace. 141. Just a half a chance. Good carry we see there through to Mark Boucher. I guess there'd be a little bit of nerves, no matter how many games you've played. Adam Gilchrist knows what an important part of the team he is. A lovely line and good length. Just where you need it. And look at the swing away as it passed the batsman.
As always, catching will be critical, particularly behind the batsman. At the Wanderers, the other thing, Pat, and of course you'll know this after years of experience playing at the Wanderers for South Africa, it's not the easiest ground to hear at, is it? There was a situation there where Adam Gilchrist straight away said no, but Simon Kadich was about halfway down before he turned.
So right, and the crowd are loud, they're pretty close, and that's exactly what can happen. You can make a misjudgment. And you see Kadich started to go. Now, the one other thing you know watch out is you don't turn on the green part of the track, because you can slip there. Very difficult.
The ground is in remarkable condition. Looking for one, not there. The other thing about the Wanderers, now this is in the Highveld, playing at altitude. The other thing about the Wanderers, particularly when you come from the coast, for example, like in Durban the other night, on a bit of a drier track than what we've got here. As you can see, that ball just seam a little bit in and inside edge onto the thigh. If you're not attuned to conditions right at the start of this game, as a batsman, you can be just a little bit rushed because the ball does certainly come on a little bit quicker. There's a bit more bounce as well, as you can see with that Hawkeye graphic. He's away. And he's timed that superbly.
Well, you just said value for shot. You get it here at the Wanderers. It fairly flies off. Gilchrist will feel much more settled. Mackay-Ntini had to pitch one up a little bit more, just to see if there was any swing and if there was any movement off the track further up. That's first prize, of course, get the man forward. And as Gilchrist didn't really push forward a long way, just a little prod. Made sure he middled the ball.
Inside edge again, so a little bit of movement that first over from Mackay-Ntini. 4 for none. I would suggest the ground is probably around about 2/3 full. Bit of movement for Andrew Hall, bit of swing, bit of movement back in towards the left-handed Kadic.
Of course, Andrew Hall grew up playing his cricket on this ground and played a long while for the home side here. So he knows the ground, the conditions pretty well. And he revels in challenges, as Andrew Hall. So he'll be feeling pumped up. He'll know how important this is. He's experienced as well enough to know he's got to get the ball in the right area and create pressure early on. Don't let the Australians get away. That's what he'll be thinking.
He'll love this, Pat. He'll love this opportunity. Far better if you're a seam bowler, someone who relies on a little bit of swing through the air, to be bowling with a ball that's brand new rather than maybe 15 overs old.
It's a kind of field where you feel there's large gaps, and if you know what you're about, you can almost run on the throw in certain areas. And over 50 overs, you maybe pick up an extra 10.
Tucked around the corner, so Kadic off the mark as well now. It'll just be the one. Now, what about this team selection, Patrick? Australia unchanged, team selection for South Africa. The brains trust of the South African side spent about 25 minutes in the middle of the Wanderers before this game got underway, before the toss, deciding which way they should go, whether they should play the spinner Peterson or the seamer Johan van der Walt.
Yeah, I was surprised that Peterson didn't get selected. Always felt the Wanderers offers a little bit of turn, not a huge amount, but just to change the pace a little bit. But of course, without Pollock playing, they probably felt Van der Walt strikes the ball pretty well, and he's the kind of bowler that can take 3 or 4 very quickly. So that's where they've gone for the seam option.
Also 2 slips for Andrew Hall. Certainly some hurry there from Hall.
Yeah, there was always going to be. It's an early start, 10 o'clock, and it often happens. Sometimes you can pick up 2 early wickets, and that would be first prize from a South African perspective. Both batsmen will want to just survive, make sure, don't worry about the runs too much, just get in. But there you see the bounce as well. That's what's doing them. It's not only the lateral movement off the track. 2 slips in place. Andrew Hall's got the ability to move it both ways.
Interesting stagger that they're employing, the South Africans. I'm not convinced about it. I'll tell you why for this ball. At the Wanderers, the ball flies beautifully. 6,000 feet above sea level. The ball flies beautifully for the slips. You've got that extra yard or 2 if you like to see the ball. And I'm not sure you need second slip a good 2 paces in front of first slip. It's one of the few grounds in the world, Pat, where you can actually have the standard stagger in the slips without exaggerating anything. One off the over so far. Almost chopped it onto the stumps. It's gone just about over the top of off stump. Good stuff from Andrew Hall, 5 for none. There's Brad Hogg, who's been a passenger of late. So let's just assess, Pat, what we've seen so far. A couple of overs, we've definitely seen a bit of swing and some movement off the deck, but we've seen some pretty good pace in this track.
We have, but what we haven't seen is a rotation of strike. We haven't seen both batsmen looking just for the single, get off strike, get onto the other end and change it around. So you've got to get it precise, drop it in the gap and run. Mackay-Ntini is employing a 7-2 offside field. 7 men on the offside. There they all are. So he's got to stick tight on that offside. It comes too straight and gets worked away. It'll be an easy 2 square of the wicket because there's no one there at all. And the danger, of course, is if you err, you don't want to err too wide because left-handers just love the cut.
Now that has gone past the outside edge. It's a very good delivery from Mackay-Ntini at almost 140 k's per hour, but a cursory glance from Katich means some movement off the deck.
This is hard work. I reckon there's more movement than the Australians anticipated. Plenty. Very encouraging. Oh.
Yeah, they like that theory of winning the toss and batting and putting pressure on the opposition by getting a good total. That's the way the Australians generally work. Did that against India, obviously, in that World Cup final in 2003.
Mike, I'm just wondering if there's not a case here for a third slip, as opposed to that gap there. Maybe have the finish gully. There's a fine gully there, you see. Those are the 2 slips, and that man coming into your picture now, I'm wondering if he didn't join up. And then, of course, you're behind the gullies, the 3rd man on the fence. You can just see him sticking out there.
Bottom edge. There's a little bit of uncertainty here for these two opening batsmen right now.
Uncertainty is an understatement. Wow, this is real action here. Australians surviving only just. There've been some close shaves. Another one of them.
Five dot ball so far from Mackay-Ntini. It's a good start from South Africa. And it's just got to round off for the single off the last ball. 6 for no loss. Movement again from Shaun Pollock. Correction, I guess quite a few South African supporters would be wishing it was Shaun Pollock. It's not, it's Andrew Hall, but he's doing a fine job at the moment.
Just love watching Andrew Hall when he's pumped up, the adrenaline going through him. You watch his follow through. Goes all the way down. Really gets in the mix. Loves the battle as Andrew Hall.
Just back with a square this time on the leg side. They're going to pick up a couple. Average score, by the way, batting first in day games here at the Wanderers. 235.
I reckon 235, but too little.
232, by the way, is in all games played here. 235 in day games. Two all with the bottom line. South Africa versus Australia here. And it is a venue where hundreds can be scored. Simons and Ponting have each got centuries here, so has Herschel Gibbs, big scores. Let's look at Andrew Hall's first over. Right on the money, first up from Hall.
Just look at the bounce. He's not a tall man as Andrew Hall. He's getting plenty of it, hitting the right area, the right length. No singles taken as yet in front of the wicket. No drop and runs.
Scrambled a single there.
And even that was a little bit unsure. As he hit it, he wasn't certain on the call. It's always nice for a bowler if he's hit his straps already like Hall has and And then he gets a batsman on strike who hasn't faced him in a little while. Yeah, 10 strange room and so much up here for today. You win this. This is Telemarcus in picture. How well did he bowl in the last match? Wow.
They were not a happy camp at the end of that game. I was down the side of the pitch trying to get an interview with one of the South Africans. They were all furious. That's away. That's his zone. Loves it on the offside. And he drives well through extra cover.
Again, no flourish. Just a little punch. And finds the gap. Once it beats the man, well, you know you stop running.
It's quite remarkable, Pat, that leverage he does have. Adam Gilchrist with that high grip.
And the high backlift creates the momentum in the swing.
Seven off the over, 13 for no loss. 4 overs gone. And it's Mackay-Ntini now to start his third.
I think both sides would be happy with their start. From a batting point of view, you've seen the ball nip around a little bit and you've survived, so that's good. And from a South African perspective, they haven't seen Gilchrist kick off and get away from them. They're holding them in check. And remember, they had their weeks without Shaun Pollock as the opening bowler. They've had to fill that role, so they probably feel, well, we're doing good. We just need to work it.
That's good stuff, Mackay-Ntini. Really is very, very good. The ground is starting to fill up now. Those spectators obviously found their way in and trying to get settled to encourage the home side. It was quite interesting also this morning, Patrick. I think there's been a lot of chat over the last couple of days about how imposing the Bullring is, the Wanderers is, for opposition sides. There's no doubt there's some of the Australians who are going to get a bit of a rev as they come out to bat. Ponting will probably be the first, batting at number 3. I think Brett Lee might get the odd serve as well. They've enjoyed their tour of South Africa so far. Short boundary down a third man, just the one. Roger Telemarcus down there. Oh, goodness me. That was brilliant stuff by Herschel Gibbs. 2 runs the result, so that's good running from the Australians. He was airborne, couldn't grab it cleanly.
Well, it was a chance. Those often stick. Played in the air, and anything going in the air, South Africans will look to take. But a half a chance, albeit a tough one. And just maybe this day, the final swings on those half chances.
Gee, Pat, you look back at that the game in Durban, there was a bit of misfielding going on. There was some brilliant bowling right to the death from Brett Lee. 3 wickets, just going for 2 runs that last over. There were so many ifs and buts in that last game. You're right. Remember that one. Couple more runs here now. 7-2 filled. Always going to pick up 2, maybe 3. Kadich wants to come back for the third and does. Good running from Australia.
Yeah, they've done their homework. The minute it went out square, they knew they could run on the throw. And the fielder had to run a long way around. And Van der Vaart getting around. No, he couldn't stop it at all. Good arm he's got. Not enough. Mackay-Ntini now. I think he needs to reassess this 7-2 field. He's been cut the minute he gone wide.
Well, there's been 7 runs off the previous over from Andrew Hall, 6 runs off this one now with 1 ball remaining. That's what they're playing for. Australian team unchanged. Field also unchanged. 7-2. That's over the top. A couple of bounces for. It's a big over for Australia. Just a bit short from Mackay-Ntini. Rounds off to 10 from the over. 23 for none. Gilchrist on strike. Field change now. Short cover in position. Just the 1 slip. Straight drive for 4. Beautifully played. Right along the dirt track.
They don't come better than that. He's in the drive zone and he jumped all over it. Andrew Hall getting it up there. The ball will get a little bit older now. The lacquer will come off. It won't swing as much. So you've got to get it up there just a little bit fuller and ask it to swing. But look at that. No running. Once he did it, just stood dead still.
He doesn't appear, Pat, to me, to be trying to hit the ball quite as hard at the moment, Adam Gilchrist. Clever batting. Rotate the strike, alternate the strike a little bit. 5 runs off the first 2 balls. When I say he's not hitting the ball quite as hard, I think he's relying on timing more than brute power, which is sometimes the style of Gilchrist. That catch from Herschel Gibbs would have been an absolute blinder in the last over had it been taken. In fact, it just would have been a remarkable grab, but we've seen a few of those in this series.
Yeah, he's a classy fielder. Just got to stick. Got to hit the middle of the hand, and then you've got to be lucky you don't land on the elbow as well.
It is noticeable now that Andrew Hall is around about 130 k's per hour. Mackay-Ntini has been nudging 140 once or twice already today. There's no doubt, Pat, the batsmen have been at the track for almost, for 5.5 overs. There's no doubt that they're just a little bit more acclimatised now. They're not getting rushed as they were right at the start.
Performance so far, nothing in it.
Straight again. 4 again.
Well, you can clearly see it's a good batting track. Ball comes on nicely. Good for driving. Some thought it might be just a little bit slow in the beginning, and it may have been. But that big contingent of Australian supporters that have come out, they will be loving this. Closing the face on the drive as Kedic, making sure that there's no outer edge. Look at that.
It's clever batting. Man at mid-off as well. No outer edge and playing straight. Something that South Africa did successfully in Port Elizabeth at the start of that game, the start of the Australian innings, was they starved Adam Gilchrist from the strike. They haven't done that today. It's about 50-50 strike between Kadic and Gilchrist right now. He's always there and thereabouts, Andrew Hall. He's a little bit quicker as well than he looks, if you haven't faced him before. Bit of a rushed action. Shell from Hall, Boucher, and also Smith at first left, but not the affirmative from the umpire. 32 for none. Inside edge past that leg stump. That's a bit of good luck for Gilchrist. And 2 more.
Yeah, the point I was making, Andrew Hall's normally your backup bowler. Now you start to have people coming into the side who will feel the pressure and the strain. It's so much easier to bowl if a couple of wickets go down.
You might have actually picked up the exasperation from Gilchrist through the stump, Mike. It was another very good delivery from Mackay-Ntini.
The length key, that's what it is. It's not drive, and it's not going back. It's just in between. And his pace, longer time to adjust.
Terrific carry again on this track. It's a very, very good wicket, this one at the Wanderers today. Has been for the last couple of years. Chris Scott, the groundsman, has done an outstanding job, and his team, obviously. Extra bounce, well ridden by Gilchrist, straight to Herschel Gibbs. Another factor today, Pat. Be interesting to see how Jacques Kallis bounces back after having to bowl 10 overs in Durban in extremely humid, hot conditions.
It's the last punch. Beats that man. It's gone. Well fielded, Herschel Gibbs. As it bounced, it spun a little bit. You adjust. And a natural ball player.
That is through, and that is 4. It is the shorter boundary by, I reckon, around about 25 yards.
Well, something's bothering him. I think it's the bat. He's not happy with it, but my goodness, why would you change it? Six off the over already. 2 balls to come. He's got to hold on tight here. I mean,
Straying leg side and another boundary. Mackay Ntini is a little bit all over the show right now. And you can't do that to a player of the calibre of Adam Gilchrist.
Well, I want to take Mackay Ntini's side here. I think this field placing is putting him under enormous pressure.
No! Loud scream of no from Gilchrist. And Mackay Ntini might be thinking pretty much the same. 10 off the over. 42 for no loss. Hall again. That's away on the leg side. Shorter boundary again, and that's another boundary. So 3 boundaries in the last 4 balls between Andrew Hall and also Mackay Ntini. And Kadic has now moved to 18, Gilchrist on 28. And they're not going to miss out on anything. It's a little bit leg side. In fact, it's not. It's more like middle stump. It's still worked away.
46 without loss by anyone's standards is a good way to get off the mark here in an important match like this one. But boy, have they been lucky, the Aussies. They've played and missed a lot. Very, very fine line. Easily home. Very fine line between that little nick that goes through to the keeper and missing the outside edge of the bat. And of course there's been one chance too. I heard it described as a half a chance, but if you get your hand to it, I think it's got to go down as a chance, especially at this level. A very good morning to Barry Richards.
Morning, Tony, and all our viewers. I just wonder what the effect is of not having Shaun Pollock. He really is a steadying influence. And he's not there today, which is a great disappointment for South Africa. Have to hurry. And in. I think Kadic was sleeping just a little bit and late to set off. But in the end, it all worked out for Australia.
No real problems there. So 7.3 overs bowled for 48 runs. Andrew Hall.
I think I might have been inclined to go the other way with the opening bowlers. I would have gone for Van der Walt. I think it might just swing a little bit. And now he's going to have to bowl with the old ball with lots of momentum with Australia and a fairly recent arrival on the international scene. It's going to be a lot harder for him. I think he's been given the new ball. This is a role that he plays in domestic cricket. They opted to go for a little bit more experience with Hall and Ntini, but it hasn't worked out, albeit with a little bit of luck for the batsman.
Yeah, very fine line. Oh, that's a good shot. He's hit that very hard indeed. I don't think it was through the hands of the short extra cover. It went all the way along the ground, I reckon. That's the 50 partnership.
Tell you what, beautiful shot by Simon Kadic. He was in position so early, and Hall obliged by providing half volley, and away she went.
Last ball, or near enough last ball match there. Straight to the fieldsman, 52 for no wicket. Graham Smith played 68 matches. Short delivery again and pulled away. This is a fast outfield. It's 4 more. Well, the Australians couldn't have dreamed about a better start. They've managed to get a few boundaries away, despite the fact that early on they were nailed to the crease a bit. This wasn't a flyer like first or second over flyer. This has been building.
Yeah, another good shot from Gilchrist, again straying a little bit in length. The Mackay Ntini just giving him enough opportunity to play that favourite pull shot of his. Ntini not quite the same bowler when Pollock's not at the other end. 4 overs for 29.
Adam Gilchrist on strike. And starting to look more comfortable. He played and missed a few times early on.
So different from the match in Durban. Adam Gilchrist has faced 24 deliveries, Katic 26. In Durban, the South Africans managed to strangle the strike from Gilchrist. Katic was facing most of the deliveries. Here it's 50-50, and you can see what's happened. 33 for Gilchrist. He's underway. Again, he's put that away. It'll just be a couple.
The South Africans in this stadium have gone very quiet. This is not the sort of start that they wanted to see. They wanted to see a wicket or two early on. Unfortunately, the Australians have got away with a few plays and misses. And Gilchrist is now beginning to settle in. 35 off 25 deliveries. Gives you some idea of how well he's going. A fantastic strike rate. And Katic is almost at a run a ball. So they both. Oh, and that's so lucky. Absolutely no idea there. The ball is lobbed over the infield.
Yeah, I think he premeditated a short pitch delivery. He was looking to hit it away on the onside, and Makhaya Ntini has fooled his man. He pitched it up. Gilchrist wasn't ready for it. Had to try and change his shot, and was very lucky to get away with it. I think he's setting himself. Yeah, you can see him. He's ready to play on the leg side, and it's just popped over cover's head. South Africans have to keep telling themselves it only takes 2 good deliveries, and they're 2 down, and we're back in the game.
Yes, this is definitely a case of fortune favouring the brave. There's another smash. They've got a sweeper back now, and he's going to do a lot of work if they keep bowling there. That's just a little bit too short.
Yeah, 10 boundaries already. It's a fast outfield. I heard Pat Simcox saying 270. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I was 300, and even then, if one of your bowlers doesn't bowl well, you can go for plenty. And the talisman that South Africa rely on, Shaun Pollock, not playing today.
Well, straight down the ground, and that one will go for 4 as well. 6th boundary off Ntini. It's 65 for none. And that's half volley, that one, really. Or not quite, but certainly there to be struck down the ground. They are very, very aggressive, these two.
And already no slips. Graham Smith opting for a short mid-wicket and a short fine leg. One, two, three, 4 in the covers, and then on the onside you've got the catcher who's compulsory, and then you see the man with his hands on his knees. He's also catching leg gully.
Oh boy, little flirt at that one. There's another example of the little bit of luck that the Australians have had today. It was outside off stump, and it was a very ordinary shot. Batsmen both having a look at a spot on the pitch. It moved, that's for sure. I don't know whether there was a bit of cut on the ball, a little bit of work. Yes, there was. A little bit of work on the ball. Maybe worthwhile trying someone who does that on a more regular basis.
All goes well for Australia with Nathan Bracken. I think Jacques Kallis is the man who can do that particularly well. And he's tried it again, and that's what you've got to do when they get some momentum. Mix up the pace. They're looking to play on the up. There's the man who can bowl those cutters, and then he intersperses it with a really quick delivery, powerfully built, gets through the crease very quickly. So a good bouncer from Jacques Kallis.
Yeah, good point, Barry. That's dead right. It surprises me they've taken quite so long to work out that there is a bit of grip there for the cutters. It's something that you need to find out early on when you're bowling. Oh, now he's getting stuck into them. He's bowling them almost every second ball. But it's taken them until the Australians are 60 for none to work out that this sort of thing is happening. Just watch this delivery. Pitches and look at it go.
Yeah, it's a bit like a boxer, eh? The first 3 rounds, he's absolutely pounded and he's got to change his game plan. But by that time, he's lost 3 rounds, so he's got a lot of catching up to do. He'll be pleased with it.
So I just wonder whether down the other end the same will apply. Mtini does not do much of that sort of thing. Oh, he's beaten him again. Well, there is a big message in what is happening, or what has happened in this over. That end, we will see cutters bowled all day. Now, I don't know whether this is going to dry out or this is a bit of dampness there, but the truth of the matter is that if that sort of movement is what the bowlers of cutters are going to get from that end, we're going to see a lot of them.
Yeah, I think it will dry out a little bit as the day goes on, and you perhaps won't get as much purchase, but it's certainly gripping.
Changes the game, doesn't it, when there's a bit of movement of the wicket. 66 without loss. Well, there's the power play signal, so they're deciding to get him out of the way.
It's mixing the pace up that's going to count.
Right, Van der Poel. Correction, Van der Vaart. And, oh, that's way over the top, and that's pretty well done, actually. The throw coming in, the bowler hardly had time to get around and get back. Well, that's the zone. That's the place to go.
Yeah, they were a bit anxious, the South Africans. It's taken them 9.5 overs to realise that this is the way to go. Another play and miss. And a third one. All fizzing off the wicket.
He's just watching those replays. One of the important things is that the wicketkeeper has got to read it as well, because Boucher was taking all of them on the half volley. Now, if he does nick one and it doesn't get there, that would be infuriating. That's the sort of thing that drives bowlers round the bend. So Boucher's got to read him as well as the batsman.
Yeah, then he comes up and gets the bounce and it goes over his head. Yeah, it's not an easy job being a keeper. Yeah, mix it up, Andrew. That's the go. Van der Vaart getting in the action too. His last delivery was a slower delivery.
Quite right. Well fielded. 2 singles, 2 dot balls in this over. This first one from Van der Vaart.
Yeah, that's the area that Simon Katich will be looking for. There's a big gap.
Four men saving 1.
And they're all right back on the edge of the ring. Right back on the edge of the ring for Adam Gilchrist now. They know that he's not looking to just drop and run. You see those 4 men in the ring. They're all right back on the edge of the circle. He has got the option of just dropping and running, Gilchrist, but he's not that type of player.
No, he's got that away down towards square leg. Didn't exactly go up the middle of the bat. I would settle for that over. For starters, 3 singles. That's it. The score 69 for no wicket. And they're off to a flyer. Oh, he's hit that in the air through the offside field. Bounces away down towards the boundary. If he's going to bowl those cutters to Gilchrist, I would suggest he needs a sweeper back. He may just get him caught out there somewhere. And he's going to have to sacrifice one of his boundary riders in some other position. He's got him a deep square leg. If you're going to bowl cutters, he shouldn't be hit the deep square leg.
Well, the other option is to leave it as it is, but go round the wicket with the cutters. Make him try and hit against them.
Oh, there we go. You see, that's the line he's going to bowl, and that's the shot Gilchrist's going to play time and again. So I would take the sweeper on the leg side and put him back on the boundary on the offside and say, righto, now you hit me for 4 in that direction.
Yeah, good call. He's having a bob each way a little bit, Graham Smith. With he's almost setting a field for bad bowling, in that he's trying to cover leg and offside, and that's a very difficult thing to do as a skipper. You get the line right, you can protect one side of the field.
There we go again. The sweeper would have cut that one off, and that also is going for 4. So he's got to come up with a plan now, Andrew Hall. This is what it's all about. Can't just keep bowling there to Gilchrist without protection.
I reckon they should try around the wicket. I know it's a shorter boundary on the leg side, but if those cutters work, then you're hitting against that little bit of a cut that goes away to the offside. This way, you're just sliding across the off stump, giving Gilchrist plenty of room to swing the arms. And he's going to make you pay, and he is big time. 49 for Gilchrist, just 34 deliveries.
Yes, he's being damaging. And that's his single. Oh, there's a misfield there, but it won't cost South Africa anything. A half century to Gilchrist. That's his 44th half century. He's 6th against South Africa, and he's first of the series.
And you couldn't have a better time to do it for Adam Gilchrist. They've restricted him in the first 5 games, or first 4 games rather, but this 5th game he's come to the party, Gilchrist, and he's done it in style. 8 boundaries.
No ball. Well, they've been pretty good in this department, both these teams, at nullifying things like no balls and wides.
It's a good quick call, wasn't it, from Brian Jerling? I think Simon Kadich had it lined up, and when he heard no ball, he knew he was going to get an extra delivery and a run, so he didn't play a shot.
Well, that's a little straighter, and of course played away on the onside. It's a little bit different when Kadich is on strike. Not quite so damaging as his partner down the other end.
And the rolling of the shoulders here. Watch the back foot, though, as he lands. Quite a big drag. And he really doesn't get the right shoulder pointing at the batsman. 12 overs gone now. 81 without loss, Australia. Gilchrist in full flow. Gee whiz.
Or going for the pull shot. Again, just not quite there for that shot. Getting a bit bold. Mind you, this is the best opening partnership this series. Beating, correction, it's almost the 87 in Durban, which is the best. They've got 81 here.
Just a little bit high and perhaps down the leg side, but a little bit of encouragement from Van der Walt. He looks to be the best bowler in view so far. Just down the leg side again. Again, the slower delivery. Well done, Johan van der Walt. He's thinking about it. He's got a good line going, and he's also changing the pace up.
Yes, he's bowling a tighter line, is he not? He's got his man back. He knows that with the man back on the leg side, at least he's got some protection there. So as long as he stays away from that shortish delivery outside off stump, he's got the right field. He's bowling to that field as well.
A little bit of extra bounce too. That lasts and over with a bit of pressure for the batsman.
A bit of bounce there. Surprising Gilchrist. He was trying to run it away down to third man, and he ended up turning his head on the ball. Don't often see him do that. Normally, if it's anything like short, he's trying to hit it out the ground. That surprised him. Good bowling. 4 dot balls this over. That's the wrong one. Outside that off stump. That's not the place to bowl. Slightly over-pitched. And hasn't Gilchrist got stuck into it?
You don't have to miss by much, do you? He really bowled a pretty good over, and that in itself wasn't all that bad a delivery, but this man just pounces on anything. See there, watch the feet, hardly any movement of the feet, just a swing of the bat. It starts over his left shoulder and ends up over his right one. And not many, probably Brian Lara comes to mind, who swings the bat as far back and as far forward as Gilchrist.
Yes, boy, there's not a negative bone in his body, is there? It's all aggression, that's for sure. Right, he's on strike again. Got 54. That's better. That's the line. Well done. Only one little slip up in that over. 85 for none. Right, here we go. Straight away, a good length. Mind you, it is Katich, not quite so nasty. Down the other end is a man. There are times, I suppose, in a cricket watcher's life that you just get lucky, and I reckon that we've been lucky to sit in a commentary box and watch Adam Gilchrist play cricket all around the world in an incredible way. It's a bit like all of the South Africans here who watched my fellow commentator Barry Richards and Graham Pollock in that era. You know, you just get lucky from time to time, and Gilchrist clearly in that category in terms of entertainment.
Yeah, and let's not forget Viv Richards too. And then during World Series cricket, Greggy, you'll remember so well how well he played. He was at his zenith. But Gilchrist equal to anybody as an entertainer.
Yeah, good replay there. Just looking at those white spots on the pitch there. Telemarcus straight into the middle of them. There's a little grouping of what is clearly a good length to Katich anyhow. I think that's probably what he's got going for him. He's one of these guys that doesn't make too many mistakes with his length.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a skidder. He's on a bit quicker than you think. And the ball's still relatively new, just 13 overs old, so it is still quite hard. He skids on a bit to you. A little trigger movements for Simon Katich. A lot of movement in the crease, but it works for him.
Katich is getting stuck. What he's got to do is he's got to give it to Gilchrist, although this partnership has been such that they both from time to time dominated.
Well, now he has something that they could look at. This one's gone to the covers. He's looking to get a single. I don't think it's such a bad thing. Ball 5 and 6 to go back a little bit. You prevent the boundary, but you might give Katich the single and then you deny Gilchrist the strike. And I think they need to look at that. Get those men in the circle back a little bit.
Oh, there we are. There's that. There's the effect of keeping it quiet. You bowl a good enough over. One of these two, both of them in fact, are going to do something silly if they get tied down, and this was very nearly all over.
Yeah, well bowled, Roger Telemarcus. And you see they're just running it in off the seam. It's coming into the left-handers, so not as much room to swing, and extra bounce. So one ball for Gilchrist. They've got to try and make sure that he doesn't get a boundary.
That's well bowled too. At the current run rate, the Australians are going to score 307. It's 86 with that loss. Gilchrist 54. Katich on strike. Oh, and he's hit that magnificently. That's gone way up into the crowd. Well, Katich has been bogged down just a little bit. Gilchrist has been doing the attacking, but he doesn't often settle for that. And this is an example, a superb cricket shot. In the commentary box now, Mike Hazeman, and alongside him, Darryl Cullen.
Outstanding shot, just outside the line of off stump. The bigger boundary there. And obviously looking at the bowling of Johan van der Walt so far, the first couple of overs, he did a very good job, and I think they might have decided, okay, we've got to break these shackles here and just try and get on top of him here. Nicely bowled, nice comeback delivery from Johan. Took the airborne route. First ball of the over. And there would have been cries of catch it at some stage, but all of them would have come from the crowd. And he did catch it. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Mike, and I'm sure he's wondering how the players out there at times get to drop them. Pretty easy game, isn't it? What's the fuss about?
Leg side, that'll be exercise for the umpire.
Well, they're having an attack. They're bleeding here, Mike. Someone's got to stop it pretty soon. Look at that. How comfortably did he take it as well? Celebration all round. Drinks definitely on him.
So 6 off the first ball, dot ball the second, wide the third. Run rate at 6.49. And we're only a few balls away from the end of the second power play. And that's going to put Graeme Smith under pressure. 93 for no loss at the moment. 3 balls away from completion of 15 overs. Does Smith call for that third power play straight away, which is a block of 5 overs, where only 2 players are allowed outside the circle? 14 fours and a 6 already in this innings. Past the bowler. Mid off quite deep, just the one.
But what it does tell us immediately that it is a very, very good pitch. Not much movement early on. South Africa, well, they've lacked and they've missed the consistency of Pollock just to keep the lid on things. But you've got to say as well, these 2 played superbly well. Just wonder if Mackay and Tini bowling to 7-2 field. That was perhaps the option early on, or perhaps Van der Walt with a new ball instead of Hall.
Should have gone to a plan B. And I guess that one's quite simple. Just bowl around the wicket and try and tuck him up. That's what Johan van der Walt did in the first over to Adam Gilchrist. Tucked him up quite nicely. And he has been just changing his speed from time to time as well. 67% in boundaries. On the bounce. Just one.
Now, I wonder if Mackay and Tini couldn't have made more of this. Don't have the slow bowling option today, the spinning option in terms of Peterson. Graeme Smith may have thought that, gosh, that would have been welcome. A change of pace. Yeah, that's just another view from Mackay and Tini's end. Yeah, he's backpedaling there. He's not really attacking the ball.
9 off the over, 1 ball remaining in the 15th. Bit of a knock on. So 10 off that over from Johan van der Walt. 96 for no loss after 15. Has gone 96 for 1, and the third power play has been taken. Quite a discussion actually at the change of that last over. Now this is a bit of a gamble, Daryl.
Yes, Mike, particularly with the mood and form that Gilchrist is in.
So I guess it's quite simple. The two Australian batsmen were thinking, okay, well, they've gone for that. There's only 2 men outside the circle. Let's make sure we capitalise. And Gilchrist strike rate now 128. Katic also healthy at 80.
Well, it's just another further point which argues against this power play option. Because some captains, I think you may be alluding to, perhaps would have not introduced it now, but then at some other stage you've got to get it out the way. And if they're just going to go for it, irrespective of a match situation, why bother with it?
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be caught having to use a power play when you've got the likes of maybe Ponting, Simons or Hussey at the crease. About overs 35 to 40. That'd be absolute carnage if that happened. And it hasn't influenced the game, these power plays, same as the super sub. Goodness me! That is absolutely remarkable. Andrew Hall has taken a blinder. He looked in no position whatsoever, stuck the hand down. The ball went straight in, and that is a huge wicket. Wow, what a catch.
Great catch by Andrew Hall. He almost stuck it out as if to say, well, I've got to get something down on it. And it's stuck, and it's a crucial period of play here for South Africa. Just when Gilchrist was looking to launch, Andrew Hall pulls out this bit of brilliance. Well, we've said all along, a couple of us have said that fielding may just be the deciding factor between these two sides. And you need work like that if you're going to stay in this match. 97 now, the end of Gilchrist for 55.
Australia have lost their first wicket, which brings Ricky Ponting, the captain, to the crease, playing in his 250th game in one international cricket for Australia. Only 2 ahead of him. Alan Border 273 and Steve Waugh 325. Averaging 42 throughout a magnificent career.
Well, he's no stranger to the big time and producing when it counts the most. This was the ground. And he got that memorable 100 in the World Cup final against India. He has done well there, hasn't he? Moved a bit slowly initially. Almost thought that he stuck out his hand as an afterthought. Well, he may not think so. I think it was he moved very well in the end. And Roger Telemarcus again in the action. Crucial wicket, crucial period of play that.
Yeah, dead right. Australia were on a real roll. Graeme Smith taking that third power play. And what they needed was a wicket, but Hall has provided something quite exceptional here.
Okay, so was it an afterthought or not? No, he's seen it, he's gone for it. He could almost have gone for it with 2 hands there, often though, for the left hand. No, it's going to be a day where probably the batting is going to rain, yeah. So you need some brilliance in the field.
Overstepping by Brian Jerling with a bit of exercise this time. His friend is Aleem Dar out there from Pakistan, who arrived a couple of days ago.
It's all those little disciplines which are going to count a lot as well. Can't afford any extras in such a big game. Will we see another thrilling, exciting finish here, Mike? My initial thoughts that we probably won't. They've had a tough series so far. And you get the feeling that if things go one side's way pretty quickly, it should really be a convincing victory either way. But can the players muster up enough energy, mental energy, particularly to take it to the wire again? Big play is crucial on both sides. Callis back in the side for South Africa. It's often these sort of matches which are won by your most experienced and best players. He's going to be chasing a few today. You get that thought already.
Good start from Roger Telemarcus. A no ball there, but some dot balls to finish after picking up the wicket. Second ball, 98 for 1. Johan van der Vaart will provide good support right now. Tough call for him back in the lineup after warming the bench for a few games. That's where you've got to be with Ricky Ponting. First up, just good sound bowling, tidy line and length.
Well, if you can get it somehow just to come back at him, because he does walk a bit initially, doesn't quite get the feet going as such there. That front pad's right in line with off stump and outside. Play to the line on that occasion, but from there, if you get it to straighten, he's almost on the move, really. He hasn't really got a big striding. You've got a chance of getting him out LBW early on.
It's quite amazing, Daryl. You look at all the great players around the world, and there certainly have been some amazing performances. There's the 100 up for Australia, by the way. And you hear about all these various plans and the tactics the bowlers have to bowl to various bats when they come to the crease. Most of the best players around the world, it's basic cricket, isn't it? It's just doing the basics right. Tidy line and length, unless you've got someone who's a little bit suspect of the short ball, I suppose. But just get in the right areas first up.
They are vulnerable early on, or periods of the innings. There should be a chance for a second, yeah. But ultimately, it does boil down to you get the ball in the area more times than the opposition. You should most times come out winning the match.
I've been very impressed with Johan van der Vaart since he started wearing the green and gold for South Africa. Certainly performed very well after an emergency fly-in when Macrae Tierney got injured 24 hours later on the park, and picked up a couple of wickets in 5 overs against Australia. It was quite interesting talking to him the other day. He was saying that first over that he bowled in that VB series in the South African colours the first over. He thought he was bowling with someone else's action. He felt like he was nowhere.
Yeah, I'm sure the folks at home would enjoy that. It just shows you what pressure can do to you in unfamiliar circumstances. The body's a bit tighter than normal. I remember seeing that when that first ball he ran in, he just didn't look like the Van der Walt that I've played against for many years.
I like the way he gets nice and composed. He's a thinking cricketer, Johan. There we go, that's spot on. And really, the single shouldn't have been taken, I guess. Outside the line of off-stump, premeditated from Simon Katich. I'm not sure. All bit of a mutter as well from Roger Telemarcus. I'm not sure that was necessary. His strike rate's okay at the moment.
Interesting option because he's got fine leg up. He's got a deep square leg very much in front of square. Now he's going to back himself with Telemarcus with that, you would think, that low position of delivery and around the crease. He surely can't get me out in front. So I can walk across my stumps, and whatever options that brings, he's going to go for.
Gone this time on the bounce. Not out of the screws. Perhaps a little bit of good fortune there for Katich. Maybe he's getting a bit edgy.
I can only think, Mike, that Australia decided, look, we've got to keep this rate going. It's a good pitch. We've got good batting to come. I'm set, I'm in. If I feel it's in the right area, I'm going to pick a spot where I'm going to look to take Telemarcus on. Danger is, though, they'll lose a wicket. That South Africa then have got a great opportunity. Two new batsmen at the crease.
Good stuff from Telemarcus. It was quite interesting looking at that. We're showing that slow-mo of Johan van der Walt with his run-up. And we got a little squiz of Damien Martin. They've got a TV monitor in their changing area. It's a good over so far from Telemarcus. 2 from it and 2 balls remaining.
Well, this is what he's doing very good, yeah. Roger Telemarcus, just ensuring that his lines are good. Back of a length with the change of pace. And you have to think there's not much other option here from a bowling perspective.
In the air, over the top of Andrew Hall. And to the result. 4 off the over, 107 for 1. This is something they're doing quite nicely at the moment too, the Australians. They're realising the boundaries have just dried up a little bit with Gilchrist departed. He at 9 boundaries, by the way, 9 fours. And they're picking up the ones and just rotating and alternating the strike. Bit of certainly a big crowd build-up, but also a little bit of cloud build-up. The Wanderers.
That's of concern, Mike, because we had a great morning. When it starts off like that, invariably you do get some rain.
Let's not even go there, Daryl. We don't want this game messed up. Let's not go there. I did speak to some of the ground staff this morning, and they were quite confident. Obviously, the boys that know what's going on here at the Wanderers, they were quite confident there wasn't going to be rain later on. Hasn't rained for a few days in Johannesburg.
One of our camera crew, I asked him this morning, and he said, no, there's 70% chance of no rain.
That's why he's in the camera. Bright sunshine at the moment. And I've just been passed a bit of paper with some very good news on it. There has never been a no result in a one-day international at the Wanderers.
Yes, Mike, and only 2 sides have ever come back from being 2 down in a 5-match series and won it. Are we tempting fate here today?
Anyway, it's 2-all. Halfway through the 19th over, 109 for 1 at this stage.
Well, this is good stuff here from Slavic. Just keeping Ponting quiet. He's now faced 11 deliveries, only 3 on the board. He hasn't been able to latch onto anything loose. He's an experienced player. He'll know that often an innings will start in this sort of fashion. It's not the worst thing. It does give you time to play yourself in and get a feel for things. Often you might be given a few loose balls and you look again, you're on 12, 16 runs and you think, gosh, can I keep this going? You get a bit excited and out you go.
Slightly short, but he's picked out the man on the bounce. Bit of good fortune there for Johan van der Vat.
How many more of those are we going to see today? That's probably the 4th ball that has dropped short of the man on the square leg boundary.
Well, there's a bit of aggro there between Johan van der Vat and also Ricky Ponting. A couple of words between the two of them, and I think Ricky Ponting just had a couple of words back as Johan walked past him. Might have been a bit of a snipe from Johan. He's an aggressive character, Johan. A very, very determined one. 3 off the over so far. Slightly leg side, and there's no protection down there. So they've finished that over in style. Ricky Ponting, I think, had another word or two as well in the middle off camera, just to put his point across. 114 for 1. That's away. That's where Ponting wants them, and that's gone for 4. He will not miss out in that region.
Well, he hadn't quite finished what he was saying, and the ball was on him, and now it's gone for 4. You don't want to put yourself in a situation just playing into Ponting's hands here. That might just get him going, get his adrenaline flying. Can work against him. I think he's too good a player just to fall for that sort of stuff. Well, maybe a bit of desperation here from South Africa. And Graeme Smith just backing up Johan van der Vat.
This has been the arrival of the rest of the Test squad from Australia. Because this morning full of a war of words again between Shane Warne and Graeme Smith. Ricky Ponting and Graeme Smith having a bit of a go at the press conference on Friday night after that one day, which has been reported in the papers this morning, and it's on again here at the Wanderers. The Test match starts on Thursday in Cape Town. Overstepping again. I can report that the last comment I heard was Ricky Ponting's to Graeme Smith, saying that in Australia we didn't hear much from you at all after the first game. Confirmation of just going over that line. Some part of that foot obviously needs to be behind the line.
Well, the last thing you want is to get a wicket off a no ball, particularly in a big match like this, and particularly if it's either Ponting or Katic right now.
Right ball.
He's not happy with that, Roger Telemarcus. He said, no general man. That's what they call him, Brian Jerling, the general. Former Defence Force down in the Eastern Cape. He's not happy at all, Telemarcus.
It was actually priceless, wasn't it? No general. Well, don't say that to me. Get back and bowl.
This is what happened between Johan van der Vat and also Ricky Ponting. Bit of in-your-face stuff. Looks like it's a bit one-sided there.
It's almost a WWF stuff there, Mike. Now, I've got some young kids, and I'll tell you what, we do spend a fair time watching that.
Now, Graeme Smith is now having a long chat to Brian Jerling about that.
That's a tough call, you know. You can understand why Roger Telemarcus was a bit frustrated with it.
Down to third man. Kayntini does well, and he has a good arm as well, so just the one.
Just judging by the series that we've seen so far, not much to choose between both sides. You've got to think that today's match is going to be about looking after those small little things. If you get in, build a partnership, make the most of it, get the opportunity to really get on top of the opposition, take that opportunity and don't keep the umpires busy. No balls, extras. Don't want to lose the match or get a wicket off a no ball in such a crucial encounter through extras.
Well, these are the two additional deliveries. The third ball was a no ball. The fourth was a wide. He's got away with that one. That was a dot ball, so there's still just one ball remaining now.
And I think the same goes for in the field. No fumbles, get a catch. You've got to take all the opportunities that one can get. Try and turn those threes into twos. It's a really tough ground to field on. It's a fast outfield. And if you get the dive, put the dive in to try and stop the boundary.
Quick single. Might have been tight. Had there been connection with the timber, there wasn't. 123 for one. Well, half volley work down to long on. In the commentary box now, it's going to be Pat Simcox and Barry Richards.
Thanks, Michael. I think he's been forced into this, Graham Smith, the situation he didn't really want to do. Mind you, it's not a wet ball, and it's not all that smaller boundary for the left-hander, so maybe if he can sneak through a couple, he'd be happy. Oh, not like that, he won't. Australia right on top, 125 for one. Just 20 overs have been completed. 300 plus on the cards. Bit of turn. And it's beaten him. Nicely played by Ricky Ponting. Using the pace, just going with the turn. Boundaries galore. 6 for Cattage, 2 for Ponting, plenty for Gilchrist. Ironic cheers for a dot ball. There's a bit of turn there, but that's nicely played. Yes or no, Pat? Bringing himself on. It is turning a bit, mind you.
I thought it would, you know, Barry. It's been looks a dry pitch. It's a good wicket. The change of pace is very important. Just a single. Up until now, we've seen one-dimensional. 130 for one.
Edged wide. Unlucky. Got out like that in Durban. This time he's had a bit of luck.
Well, could that be a defining moment in the day? You're just bleeding for a wicket. Outside edge, genuine nick. No slip in place, not that you can have one now. But Telemarcus, we've seen in the last match, got the ball to move off straight. Nicked a couple of batsmen off. As you mentioned, one of them was Ricky Ponting. The other thing that I think you've got to bear in mind here is that 134 for one after 20 overs. They're looking at a big score, and the only way to stop that is to get wickets. Just meander it along, it's not going to help you. So you've got to create wicket-taking opportunities.
Yeah, on 16. Boy, are we missing him. It's like missing 2 players, not just one. And you've got a genuine match-winning batsman and a genuine match-winning bowler. And he's put that one away too. Just straying down the leg side. He plays the pull shot so well, Ricky Ponting. Just rides with it. Anything on the leg side, he's dynamite.
Well, Mark Boucher came up to the stumps, and immediately Roger Telemarcus had to come straighter. Outside off stump. He'd have a thrash at it. If he got an edge, it wouldn't matter.
And he's flipped that one over the top too. Again, a leg side boundary. One short, one up. Doesn't matter to Ricky Ponting. I'm not sure it's a good move having him up. As you say, got to bowl straighter. And therefore that gives Ponting, who gets a long way across, the opportunity. Watch where this one is. It's on middle, but he flips it straight over mid-wicket.
It's a good deck. And when you're in, more often than not, you're going to middle it. But it's all action. Yeah, 3 fours in the over, 5 balls gone. Telemarcus, hands go in front of his face. 1 ball left. He's got to minimise the damage now.
So well, but now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowlers have already had a turn at the crease, and Jacques Kallis has got to come on with 2 batsmen well set. I would have been more inclined to bowl him earlier, when certainly when Ponting just came in, because he just bowls those cutters so well, and he's got a good change of pace and also a good bouncer. Now he's on the back foot.
You call it right. First ball of his spell 2 nights ago got a wicket. Not understanding, Graeme Smith bowled 1 over. And the 1 over would suggest there was no process to it. Maybe each one have a look and see if there was any turn. Wasn't happy if there was going to be enough. But this man, with all his experience, must know that it's time. Someone has to do something special. And they've got to do it pretty quickly.
They can just play from you, Pat. Just running it around, they're going to get 300. And that's without much acceleration from here. And bowled. That's an extra bit of pace again. And that's where he's so good, Kallis. Strong man.
Very strong in his upper body. Strong in the shoulder and the pull through. They talk about bowling a heavy ball. He's one of them.
It's a short boundary, but there is protection there. A lot of work to be done. Good fielding.
Ricky Ponting so strongly, Barry.
Just never misses out. That man on screen, he's got a lot of work to do. And there you see just a turn of the wrist to make sure it goes into the gap. He knows it's only going to be 2. Butcher does well. He's under pressure because they're going to be chasing a large target by the looks of things.
You see, Jacques Kallis's natural ball is the one that goes away from the right-hander. So when there's a little bit of swing, he has to start at middle and off.
There we see, that's a perfect example of it. And that's why I think Telemarcus has perhaps got the best opportunity of getting Ponting out by running the fingers the other way. Not the off-break style, but more like a leg break, which goes away from the right-hander. And that's why he's got to be allowed to attack Ponting outside the off stump. Look at this, it's about on middle and off, and he plays it to mid-wicket, backs the eye all the time. It's the one that goes the other way off the seam that's going to trouble Ricky Ponting. And that's, you've got to set the field for that. More runs, 4. 150 up, just 1 wicket down. ...21 fours and 1/690 out of the 150 in boundaries. Well, he's found out that there's a little bit of spin at one end. Is there going to be a little bit of spin at the other? He obviously said to Jacques Kallis, which end would you prefer? And that's why Smith one end in the call it drive. Now he's at the duck pond. He's certainly bowling a lot slower. He's looking for that turn. The slower you bowl it, the more rotations you can get on it, and the more it will turn.
I think Ponting may use his feet, you know. The slower he bowls. I think the point you made, though, from here on in, if they just meander along at 6 and over without slogging it too much, they're going to get a big score. And they've set themselves up to be able to come hard with the likes of Simon still to come. Martin.
Keep him in. Simons is the worry. And he'll have a license at the end. That's a real worry if he gets away. Lucky. Graham Smith, full toss. Should have been put away for a lot more than that. Just the single. Katich not happy with it, and rightly so. He'll do that all day long. Just pinch the one. I think you're right. He's looking to try and line him up by going down the wicket. He'll just have a look for an over or two. Got the spin covered, yep.
I never feel that Simon Katich is the bloke that's going to go over the top straight, mid-on. Just maybe a thought of bringing mid-off or mid-on up and asking him to go over the top. Ricky Ponting's got both men back on the boundary, so he can just play down the ground and get an easy single. You see them very easy to get the single. Maybe risk bringing one in.
There's the attempted quicker one, and Ponting won't miss out on that. Far too short. And so Graham Smith at the end of the over pays another heavy penalty. 158 for one. Much better bowling. Do you think they really knew who they were going to go in with the opening bowlers? I think Intinian Hall, to me, wasn't the greatest selection. I think Van der Vat, who does natural in-swing to two left-handers, would have been a better bet early on.
I think they got the field placing wrong myself. And just allowed them to get away. But that's water under the bridge. You've got to pull it back now.
Oh, and that was premeditated. Smashed away. Simon Katich has decided that blocking's not the order of the day. They want to get as many as they can. Down the wicket. Don't often see that to Jacques Kallis.
Well, that shows what a good deck it is, and he's got confidence to go down. Maybe we're being a little bit harsh. Maybe it's such a good deck that 300's par, Barry.
Again, I think Katich, I think, has got a license from his skipper. He said, Simon, you've now done all the hard work. You can go out and enjoy yourself, play a few shots, premeditate if you want to. And he's quite happy to do that. I think they realise that Jacques Kallis is the one man that can pull it back for South Africa, and they're prepared to sacrifice a wicket to get after him.
Change of pace. Mark Boucher pretty animated behind the stumps there, just having a walk around, chatting, talking to Captain Smith. He's been around a long while, seen this all before, and he knows how important it is to get the breakthrough now. For that matter, I think everybody in the ground knows as well. It's gone a little bit quiet.
Bouncer, maybe? Well, not quite high enough. There's a man back. Right idea. He's going to have to hurry, but he's there. So a couple just not quite high enough. They need something from him. Justin Kemp. Seeing it well, deep in the crease, Simon Katich. And a better one to end with. Australia 164 for one. Back from the golf course end. Tough job for him. Again, that's the way to do it. Change up the pace. Which one are you backing?
Well, minimum 6 and over from here on. 313. You get anything more than that? Tell you what, you don't keep it tidy. 8 and over is going to be hard to defend.
A lot depends on Simons. If he plays a knock of any significance, I'm sure 8 and over is possible. Better bowling.
Graham Smith's going to have his work cut out to just work out who his bowlers are. And he's tried himself. He's bowled 2 overs. Both of them, one from either end. But Callis has bowled 214. And you'd think Hall will be a banker. Van der Vat's going to bowl through. Telemark's going to bowl through. Nantini, those are your front liners. And he's got to get 10 out of between himself and Jacques Callis. And there's still 6 of those to go. That's where the problem's going to come.
Whoops, there's a mix-up. Yeah, if he hits. And wow, they'll be very disappointed there. You could see that. Every right to hold his line, but the run-out was possible.
Van der Vat trying to get back to try and stay at the stumps. He may have hurt himself, but good fielding. Ever awake, Herschel Gibbs. Now, had he caught the ball, and there had been a good direct throw, he'd been gone. Come a long way down. Van der Vat trying to get into position. There's nothing wrong with that. Getting himself between the ball and the stumps.
Yeah, a lot of people will say he did it on purpose. And if you look at Ricky Ponting, he's not actually watching the ball at all. He's just looking and heading for the crease. So it was not his fault at all. It'd be a temptation to blame him, but it's not his fault.
Almost every delivery a single take in the left-right combination, just making it really tough to hold your line. It's never easy. Graham Smith just looking up the scoreboard. You're probably trying to work out the overs himself.
Yeah, where those 6 are coming from. Kemp, I suppose, is an option. Here it is. Look, watch Ponting. He's just heading for the crease. He's not actually looking at the ball at all. That's an area where I don't think there's anybody in the world who plays that shot better than Ricky Ponting.
His balance is so good.
Yeah, the key is his head. It's so still when he hits the ball. Acceptable over. 26 gone now. 168 for 1.
I'm happy with the singles. It's the boundaries that really rocket that scoreboard. Just felt now, with all the seamers that are bowling, they're all more or less the same pace. Callis and Van der Vat and Hall and Teeny. Maybe Teeny slightly quicker. But when Graham Smith not able to fulfill a lot of overs, the attack does become one-dimensional, same-paced. You haven't got the left arm of a Bracken-type bowler. So when it's a good deck and batsmen get in, facing the same all the time.
Yeah, it's a good point. Left arm is a real option coming from the other side, being especially somebody like Bracken who's mixed up his pace nicely. It does give you another option, another line of attack. Who's that?
Another single taken. Yeah. I know there's been a lot of talk about Mackay and Teeny coming close to the stumps, getting him in closer, but he was a real variety. You know, he bowled to Adam Gilchrist today. It was really, really tough for him. And then the wicket of Gilchrist, well, that was special. What a catch from Andrew Hall. Single take. And the point I was making, though, Barry, is that when Mackay Ntini first came on the scene, he bowled wide of the crease. And he had Shaun Pollock bowling close to the stumps. And for me, that seems such a good variety to have. They've tried to straighten him out as much as they can, and it's for really good cricketing reasons. But it doesn't take him into a real difference to the rest of your bowling attack, where Telemarcus still comes wide of the crease. And that's what makes him difficult to play.
Oh, he's gambled. I think he's picked that slower ball from Jacques Kallis, and he's gone after the short boundary, and it's 20 rows back.
Was it the slower delivery? I'm not sure it was. Did he roll the fingers? What do you think?
Yeah, I think he picked it. I think there's something, you know, there's so much video analysis these days that there's some change in the action for Jacques Kallis before he arrives at the crease, and Ponting and the rest of the Australians have picked that up. It's gone again. And another one. Just drifting into the pads. This is going to cost them big time. Ricky Ponting, 100 in the World Cup final a few years ago, and now he's gone to 50.
And in style. Sixes back to back. Superb batting. What about round the wicket?
Well, I always said that to Gilchrist. I think there's always a case to go round the wicket to Gilchrist and have some protection on the onside if he wants to play the pick-up shot. And I just don't think our bowlers do it quite enough. Andre Nell, who's the best exponent, is not playing in this game. And I think they need to practice it as a variety when they get into trouble. Go for the block hole from round the wicket, jam them in. They're just prepared to gamble all the time, the Australians. I mean, let's be fair, Pat. The first 10 overs, South Africa could have had a couple quite easily. There was a lot of play and miss. But having said all that, the last 17 overs, they've blitzed them.
It's a good deck. Let's be pretty fair to the bowlers and to Graham Smith. He lost the toss. Good deck. And Graham Smith will always fancy still chasing it down. He's a positive man.
That's the area. That is the area. It's actually much wider than you would normally bowl to any right-hander. A normal right-hander, you hone in an off stump. Look how wide this is. And because he gets such a long way across, Ricky Ponting, he's always looking for it.
Yeah, you're basically forcing him to play off stump through the offside. He doesn't like doing it. Happiness is.
That's where you can't bowl. That's 3 of them. All in the same area, all to the same type of delivery.
So easy with so much time. Off the front foot. The pickup. Got to have such quick hands. Pick the ball early.
You just can't afford to bowl at the stumps. It's got to be a foot wide. That's much better. This is a bit more luck involved in this one. He's spliced it over, but it's still gone for 4. It's such a short boundary. That's unlucky for the bowler. He's decided he's going to go after them, Ponting. There's no holding back here.
Yeah, he sliced it. There was enough on the ball and bounced away on the hard ground. But again, you see, he just drops his head away on the drive through the offside. And fortune favours the brave.
Well, just to give you an indication, Patrick, 40 runs of the 50 came on the onside, just 10 on the offside. It just shows you the sort of line that you've got to bowl to Ponting. And that one he's hit in the air and again picked out the gap. He's on a mission, Ricky Ponting, on a big mission. And that's to beat Graham Smith into submission.
Make predictions. Perhaps we'll see the first 400 in one-day cricket.
So 400, is that a possibility? Well, I don't think so. That's not going to happen, surely.
Yeah, it's a long shot, Tony. We all know the game doesn't quite work like that. But at this rate, you've got to think that 350 is definitely on the cards here. And South Africa, they've just got to somehow ensure they stop the boundaries. It's all about stopping boundaries right now.
Yeah, I suppose it's also stopping boundaries, creating a bit of dot ball pressure, and then getting 3 wickets. You do that, and you can change things around a little bit. If you don't get wickets here, then the boundaries are going to come, because these guys now are going to play really gay abandon type cricket, because they know they've got all this batting to come. Guys that could do exactly what they're doing, throw the bat. They've got a wonderful launching pad. It's a superb position to be in. Could have been a little different, though. I mean, let's just dwell for a second on the things that have gone wrong. I mean, first of all, they haven't had any luck. I mean, they beat the outside edge a lot. Gibbs also let one, well, he missed a half chance, I suppose, but he's caught half chances before today.
Well, we keep saying it, these sort of games, it's exactly that. Those half chances which can swing a game.
Adam Gilchrist would have been gone, and of course confidence would have gone through the roof. So very fine line in terms of the position they find themselves in now and what could have been the case.
Just to add to that, Tony, it's a good pitch. I mean, let's not fool ourselves. And you think that from a bowling perspective right now for Australia to go 6-0 is pretty easy, really. I mean, you can do that in 1s and 2s, and it won't surprise me if you find at the end of the match the side that has hit the most boundaries will probably win the game. So South Africa feel right. They must be confident that they can go at 6-0. The question is, can they match Australia in the boundary stakes? So from a bowling perspective, they've just got to try and ensure that somehow they don't give away boundaries.
So that's the end of the over. It's 201 for 1. Oh, he's got hold of that one, and one bounce into the crowd. This is not a great time to be brought into the attack, because absolutely anything could happen. There's no way they're going to be playing themselves in. Have a look at that from outside off stump. He's almost flat batted that into the crowd. Oh, Katic is playing a bit of a blinder here. This is his way. He lets Gilchrist do it for a start, and then he comes into the action. Look at this, way outside off stump. And whack. Going on that onside again. He seems to be pretty happy working it away on the onside.
Well, just from our commentary position, that mid-wicket boundary for Katic, particularly him being a left-hander, is probably the shortest boundary right now on this field. And he's making his intentions very, very clear. If he's got a bit of width and the length is right, he's going to take you on exactly in this area. That it's a very, very good pitch, because you can swing through the line of the ball or across it with confidence.
Yes, and thinking about a second, no is the call. Yes, and that's the point that Daryl Cullinan's making. Bowl in such a way that they've got to play shots into an area where you can protect boundaries. And we know one way to do that, and that's right up in the block hole. Most of the boundaries that have been hit in this innings have been taking length balls.
Yeah, particularly when they're offline, Tony. Now, it's a tough job for a captain. You know, when you're getting hammered really like this, it does require some good thinking, and you need your bowlers to back you up. They're not getting it right. You're not going to look very good. And you feel that if for South Africa just get Australia to hit them down the ground. If you're going to go for boundaries, rather say to your ball, look, go for boundaries where we've got a chance of protecting them. And you feel the straight boundaries are long. But they've got to take on those guys. You don't want to be going for 4 over mid-wicket or backward or beating the sweeper on the square boundary on the offside. Because then you haven't got it right. You can only do so much. And when it's a good pitch, you've got to try and limit as much as possible.
Sweeper coming into play there. That's the end of the over. 209 for 1. Well, that's down the ground. It's going to go all the way. Don't worry about trying to catch that one. It just kept going. 3 or 4 rows back, but enough.
This is a great shot from Ricky Ponting. He had a very quiet start, and then all of a sudden he broke loose. Mackay Ntini straight back into things. It's right up there. Just showing us, and he can take on the straight boundary as well.
Yes, Ricky Ponting's got every shot in the book, and one of the problems with him is that short ball is not the sort of thing that's going to keep him quiet, because he's likely to hook the short ball into the scoreboard here. He plays that shot as well as anyone in world cricket. This is the straight drive as well, so he's got all sorts of options. Nice feeling, wouldn't it? Captain of this outfit with the scoreboard on 216 for 1. And Ponting's on 76 or 52 deliveries. Incredible. Katic is in the air. This is good. This is out. Yes, caught it third man. Actually, pretty well played by Katic. He obviously intended to get it down to third man. He hit it right off the middle of the bat, and it's gone straight to Telemarcus.
You might have thought for a moment that he was looking to get it a bit finer. Played it too well in the end. The extra pace and bounce from Mackay Ntini. Can this give South Africa a chance to somehow subdue these Australian batsmen? A well-played innings from Katic. Australia now 216 for 2.
The decision's been made by the Australian captain, I assume, to send in Hussey. This is the dismissal again. Straight to Telemarcus.
And as after the wicket fell, there's the question, will it bring a bit of relief here to South Africa? Now, we've seen sides often in this sort of position throw it away with the bat, thinking at 216 for 2, 20 to go, we can tee off here.
I'd be highly surprised if that's not what Ponting has suggested to him. Mind you, having said that, if you bowl him a half volley outside off stump, he's got to smash it, and he will. That's the way he plays.
Well, I'm surprised. I mean, it's 20 overs. Surely Martin had to be the option. Or perhaps it's maybe somebody with a left-hander, right-hander combination.
Well, I think you picked it. I think that's dead right. Much more difficult for the bowlers, especially Mackay Ntini. I mean, Ntini bowls from wide, we know that, and the left-handers don't mind that sort of thing. I know he's got a little closer just lately, but Ponting is having a go, and that's gone through the field as well. Boy, this is lightning. This outfield is unbelievable. Another one. Well, Ponting definitely has decided that almost everything's got to go. He looks to me as if he's after the world record here, 400.
Look, there are given days where you've got to hand it to these sort of players. They come off, they can single-handedly win you a match. And whatever he's doing here is just coming off unbelievably well. What a treat. Look at that. I mean, that's with the front foot, back of a length, and he's driven it past extra cover for 4. I'm sure they're sensing they're really seeing something special here today. Ponting's gone to 80. In no time, only 53 deliveries.
That's well fielded. Right. Can he get a wicket? That's what he needs. That's what his team needs. It's well fielded. Also a good line. Just a bit on information on Ponting. Ponting is very fast, climbing up the list of runs made in one-day internationals. Obviously, he's one of those players who's played so much more than the generation before him. Currently lies in 8th position. Just gone past Dravid. And it's not far now before he'll reach the 9,000 run mark. And he's number 1 for Australia.
That's 9,000 more than Bradman, Tony.
That's right. I mean, you know, there'd be a few old boys that'd be... I tell you what, there'd be a few pretty good players like Viv Richards and co, who you won't see on these lists, who did play a lot of one-day international cricket. That's the point I was making. Obviously, Bradman is disappearing off the test match lists in terms of runs made. And that upsets the old fellas. But you can rest assured that there'd be a few like Viv Richards who'd be saying, well, I may not have made 9,000 runs, but Ponting's not not that much better a player than guys like Richards. So we've got to look at strike rates and we've got to look at averages. I think they're very important. Whichever way you look at Ponting, he can play.
Yeah, what has always amazed me about him, he's not the biggest of men, but he does hit it well. He just on occasions effortlessly just clears the boundary. He must have strong forearms and a very good bat in his hands. And I guess that's what the best players do when they go for it. Invariably the timing is so good. The contact is so good. Very seldom you see them miss hit shots, particularly when they're going for the big one.
Well, that's 4, and Scott through the field. There's another very good timer of ball down the other end in Hussey. He's only just arrived at the crease, and he really only lent on that one. Had the mid-off scampering away.
No, it's so typical of all left-handers when they drive, and they just somehow look a lot better than when right-handers are driving.
Oh, and that's beaten him all ends up. Yeah, those are the little breaks that Telemarcus needs. He's very frustrated at the moment. So Roger Telemarcus back into position on the boundary. And Tini continues. Ponting on strike. Didn't go where he wanted it to go, but that so often happens. And wants another one, but Hussey's not interested. It's not often that Hussey's not interested. He is lightning fast. But he settled there, and Ponting looked a little upset with him. He settled there for 1. Ponting was looking for 2 and running to the danger end.
Well, Ponting might have made it, but I think he quickly realized, I'm not going to get to the other end. I think it was a very, very good call.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Well, here's a batsman who's only just arrived at the crease, and you just wonder where he's been. Why hasn't he been playing one-day internationals and test cricket?
God, makes it so much better. This shot is that is not a big gap. He's threaded it to perfection. It's got to, when you beat a gap like that, you've got to hit it very, very well. And the way he opened the blade, you've got to say he was looking for it.
This is a lovely striker of the ball. Bowls a bit as well. Good fielder. Left-hander.
I see that's better there. That's a much better length too. You'll be happy if they just get in you down there. Give away the 1. You don't mind that. You can't expect them really to to get too many dot balls here, South Africa on such a good pitch. It's just these boundaries. 29 fours now and 5 sixes. There's still 17 odd overs to go, and Andrew Simons, he must be chomping at the bit to get himself in here today.
You better believe it. It's well fielded. Not easy when it's smashed back at you and you're following through.
Well, it's interesting to note again that Graeme Smith would have bowled first. He was quite happy to have lost the toss. Ponting adamant, typically Australian, get the runs on the board. And that's the man, the danger man.
Oh, he's a charging Teeny. That's well fielded. Yeah, the captain there doing his stuff. In fact, that was Callis. Did well. Well, perhaps today needs to be his day. Smith, Gibbs, De Villiers, Callis, all. Oh, that's a wide. Is they're all capable of doing special things with the bat, and if ever they're going to want to do it, it's going to have to be yet a day. The other thing that they may want to keep a very, very close eye on, because this place does tend to produce those thunder showers in the afternoon. That may be just a little opportunity, a little window of opportunity for these are some of these big shots from Ponting. But there are some clouds around, and that's what they're going to want to keep an eye on, just in case this Duckworth-Lewis comes into play at some stage in this match. It's 236 for 2.
Yeah, Ponting 83 now, 59 balls. Australia limited overs international records. In terms of going to 100, the fastest century is Adam Gilchrist of 67 balls. So that's not a bad little bet, that. Will Ponting get to that 100 above or below 67 balls? Just doing some quick maths here. That's now 59 balls, so that's 8 balls. He's got to get 17 runs.
Very good. Obviously had a good maths teacher. Plays and misses. Hussey on strike at the moment. I was just saying that how long it had taken him to get into the big time. He's over 30 years of age. And I mean, we've only just heard of him last year or so. That's a big question for me. How can you miss this sort of talent?
Roger T, come on, boy.
Well, he must have had to deal with the likes, compete against the likes of the Wars in the middle order. Martin got an early run in, favoured before him, a similar age.
Oh, yes, Roger.
But I think it does prove the big point, the way that he's fitted into international cricket. And his interview earlier, he just said that he asked the question himself, and he said, well, it's probably all that experience that he's learned playing first-class cricket. I think when you make it, you shouldn't look back. There's no dropping a bloke and he isn't quite ready to bring him back. You actually set him back 2-3 years. When you back him, you've got to back him all the way, and even better when he's vastly experienced.
Coming back for the second, and that's good running. So I think he had a bit of bad luck when he was dropped down the order at in Western Australia. It may well have been that he would have opened the batting for Australia had he stayed in that #1 position. Right, well, it's 238 for 2. The run rate here is through the roof. It's over 7 and over. There are a few clouds, storm clouds gathering around the ground. So we'll have Duckworth-Lewis at some stage, I would have thought, come into play this afternoon. That gives South Africa just a little bit of hope. After all, they've been on the end of a real bad one in Australia in the early days of calculations.
You are stirring the pot, yeah. Those aren't great memories for all South Africans. Not too bad right now. That's not quite though where it is. It's more to the northern side of the ground where we've got the build-up.
All the way along the ground. So just a little bit of a slowdown has occurred here. That's the end of the over. It's 240 for 2.
Thanks, Tony. Yeah, it's certainly a very, very tough call this for South Africa. 240 for 2. Still 16 overs remaining. 6-0 from here, and they'll go more than that. We'll get them to 336. Ponting on 84. Wide and full. Dragged on the onside. 4-2. Good running. It's one of the features of Michael Hussey's play. He is an outstanding cricketer, we know that. His running between the wickets is so good. And there's no doubt he can hit the boundaries. But, gee, Barry, he's going to be looking to run the South Africans off their feet as well. He was coming back to the danger end.
I don't know about run them off their feet. The boundaries is what has really done. He socked it to them. 2 for Hussey, 9 for Ponting already. 29 fours, 5 sixes in this innings already. And we've only had 34 overs. That's more than a boundary per over.
Jacques Kallis has still got quite a bit of work to do in this game. He's going at almost 10 and over so far, and he's 3 overs and 1 ball. Straight back past the bowler. 2 men back though. Mukayantini fields and tumbles, and 2 more.
It's a better bowling from Kallis though. He's much wider on the offside because Ponting takes the ball from off stump and he hits it over at the short boundary, and he's already hit Kallis for a couple of sixes. There's Mukayantini just tidying up. But he's looking for that short boundary on the leg side, so Kallis has got to hold his nerve, bowl the right line.
Bang! Goodness me, that is huge. That has gone out of the ground. Maybe on the lunch table in that block of flats.
Well, I said he was searching for the boundary. What he's searching for is the block of flats beyond it. That's a monster. Just misses that. And probably hit it over that. Yeah, Kallis, you see there, strays onto the stumps, and that's where you cannot bowl with a short boundary to Ricky Ponting. Another 6. Round the wicket, Jacques. Round the wicket.
250,000 rand on offer from Standard Bank if one of the players hits that banner.
Do you remember a couple of years ago, Adam Gilchrist with a gold bar?
I do.
Missed it by a fraction.
Off the bowling of Neil McKenzie, in fact. They'll need to fetch another ball.
And I tell you what, if he keeps batting like that, they might as well get a couple of spares as well. 9 fours, 5 sixes for Ricky Ponting.
In one internationals. Just to put there's the aggro that we saw earlier between Johan van der Walt and also Ricky Ponting. And ever since that moment, Ricky Ponting has been very aggressive.
Onto the stumps and out the park it goes. Might as well keep all of those fellas. Keep the briefcase out there.
Just to put this innings in perspective, this total at the moment, in the World Cup final, after 35 overs, Australia were 216 for 2 wickets. We're 2 balls shy now at 35 overs. Already, they're 251 for 2. They went on to get 359 for 2 in that game. They're a long way ahead now than they were in the World Cup final.
It's been a blitzkrieg, hasn't it? Just no answer from the South Africans.
In fact, Barry, after 40 overs, they were 250 for 2.
And that's what Hussey will do. Just pinch the one and give Ponting the strike.
%61% of these runs have been scored in boundaries. 29 fours and 6 sixes. And there's confirmation of Ponting going past 9,000. The focus right now is Ponting on 95, 64 balls. Can he beat Gilchrist 67? Just the one. He's wasted that one, Barry. But 13 runs off the over. 253 for 2. Smith again.
Yeah, a lot of people will be a little bit worried with the Graham Smith coming in. At least he's at the end now, the golf course end, where they've got, if they're going to hit the leg side with the turn, it's a much longer boundary for the right-handed Ponting. For the left-handed Hussey, he has to hit against the spin, but he will search for it. They're too smart as a batting pair, and that's what you need, to not know that boundaries are still important for somebody like Mike Hussey, who's playing the support role.
I just zipped out the back, Barry, and just had a bit of a look at the weather conditions. Comes from the Corlett Drive in the rain, and there's quite a bit of blue sky. Looks like the rain that we did see, the bad clouds over the last hour or so, looks like they might have missed us. I'm not saying there won't be more coming back later, but about 10 minutes ago it wasn't too bad. That's generally where the bad weather comes from, and it looks okay at this stage. So that's good news.
For who?
For cricket lovers. Short, worked away, protection down there. McCain, he's been doing a lot of fielding today. And if we just have a look now at the golf course end, those clouds have gone. That's no real problem. They've disappeared. They're going to be raining towards Pretoria somewhere.
Anything on the stumps, yeah, he'd be looking for the leg side, Mike Hussey.
Beaten by pace, lack of it.
A little seamer.
3 off the over so far. Last ball. Now the 5th bowler is going to be a juggling act between Smith, Callis and also Kemp. They've bowled 8 overs between the 5th at this stage. And that's, of course, if the recognised 4 bowl 10 each. A couple of those have also had a bit of tap. Andrew Hall 6 overs, none for 40. Van der Vaart 48 off 7. Telemarcus has done nicely. McCain 8 overs, 1 for 62.
He got run out in Durban. Mike Hussey backing up too far, and he's had to do a little bit of a dive again. Much better bowling around the wicket, full into the block hole, and he can only push it down the ground for 1. You get him off strike. They should have done this some time ago.
So Ponting 70 balls now, 99 not out. It's been a remarkable innings. He hasn't gone past Adam Gilchrist's 67 for 100 in one-day internationals. Won't bother him too much, I'm sure. Although Gilchrist might have been a little bit concerned about 15 minutes ago. Callis again. Advancing. Callis saw him coming, and that is a great shot. That is a very good shot indeed. Saw him coming, dropped it short, he backed away, gave himself width and slapped it for 4.
That's a sign of a really good player, in touch with his game. Down the wicket, Callis saw him coming, and he's still able to get it away square of the wicket to the short boundary. They've managed to get a boundary every over. It's putting so much pressure on the bowlers.
Down the track this time and into the crowd. That is a great shot from Mike Hussey.
How do you stop this freight train? 34s, 7 6s. Amazing.
He's got a strike rate in his one-day international career of the high 90s. He's now going at very close to 150, Hussey. 28 rather, off 19 balls. Ponting's at 141.4 his strike rate in this innings as well. Short this time, and again it's been dispatched easily for 4. Lovely control from Hussey.
I'm just wondering, just projecting the game ahead. Beautiful batting. 4-6-4. No answer. What's South Africa going to have to do when they come out? I mean, they're going to have to review their batting order. They cannot afford to have a Dippenaar-type innings. I mean, it'll only get them at best to 270, and it's going to be much more than that. So they're going to have to revise their batting order, South Africa. Have to think about it right now.
Full toss. Just the one this time. And Kallis will be happy with that over's finished. 16 from it, 274 for 2.
More runs, protection there. But then you've got Kallis has got to be up somewhere in the first 5. And he's not the striker, so I'd say get him out the way because he takes a bit of time to play himself in. Herschel can get going a lot quicker than Jacques Kallis, and it gives him the 50-over opportunity. All the clappings because Ricky Ponting is on 99 with just 70 deliveries. Magnificent.
Yeah, he likes this ground. Once one. Shot from Mark Boucher. Ricky Ponting has got 3 figures. It has not been referred. Magnificent stuff from Ricky Ponting. Absolutely outstanding. What a remarkable player. That's his 20th 100. His teammates love that. Adam Gilchrist on his feet and applauding. Everyone else there as well. It's been a treat.
It certainly has. And out the blocks was Mike Hussey because he realised how important it was for the skipper. This in the deciding game. Skipper leading from the front. Just looking for that push. Watch for some shots now. He really will get after them now. Hussey on to 34. Look to him using his feet now, Ricky Ponting.
Partnership now of 61 off 42 balls. Just a little single to pick up 3 figures for the 20th time. Brilliant stuff. Short and wide and gets the treatment. Percentage of boundaries is creeping up. 63% of the runs scored have been in boundaries now. 32 fours and 7 sixes.
They've been blitzed. They've been blitzed.
Half volley. Very well fielded. A.B. de Villiers in the covers. Or maybe in the shooting gallery.
That's beautifully played. Just a little bit of width. Strong man, Ricky Ponting. Very strong forearms. And down the track. That hurt.
Short again. Worked away. There is protection, though. Just the one. And that'll be 9 runs off that over from Smith. 38 gone. 283 for 2. Runs all over the place. Advancing. And 4 more. Goodness me, that's a boundary off the first ball of the over. Johan van der Vaart is starting to get some serious treatment here. Those figures are not looking very respectful these days, and I guess he's got a few mates with him.
He certainly has. He's into his 8th over. He's gone for 50. Jacques Kallis 5 overs for 58. Graham Smith 4 overs for 29. No one has been spared. Everybody has been taken to with a vengeance.
I guess Roger Telemarcus can be reasonably pleased at this stage. 7 overs, 1 for 36, but he'll be concerned about those 3 overs to come. .13th fastest for Ponting, tying with Sachin Tendulkar for number 13.
No, it's a smart move. Boucher's come up to the stumps. One of Hussey's biggest assets is his ability to charge down the wicket and hit a boundary. And Mark Boucher, at least by standing up to the stumps, is a possibility of a stumping. I don't know if it'll stop Hussey, but it'll make him think twice about it.
Overstepping. Another man who's going to need to get in the order, the batting order pretty quickly, AB de Villiers.
Nothing to lose. They've got to just go for it from ball one when South Africa bat. No, he should stay around the wicket to Ponting. Don't go back over, because he'll be... Van der Walt is a straight wicket-to-wicket bowler. And that's the kind of delivery that Ponting likes. He smashes it over mid-wicket. I think Boucher's telling him, it's been relayed the message. This is Smith telling Van der Walt to go around the wicket. Must go around the wicket. No. There's plenty of policemen out there directing the traffic. I don't like this over the wicket. He'll be searching for mid-wicket, either into it or over it.
Full toss, wide outside the off stump. Kemp gets the dive in. They're going to come back for two, though.
And that's a bonus, because he's bowling very wide of the off stump. The trouble with doing this is you give Ponting still lots of room to swing the arms outside the off stump. In fact, lucky to get away with just the two, and it is the long boundary side. That line, okay, you can accept it. It's when it's straighter that the problem starts.
It's a nice length. I suppose one of the things, Barry, you've got to look for in this sort of situation is if their heads are dropping. I'm sure they're not. South Africa are a very determined side, but they have been chasing leather all over the place.
And there's more to come, I'm afraid. Simons, Clark. It's not a good scenario.
Full toss in the air. It's just going to go over the top of Buttadipana, who is backpedaling. 2 runs the result. And 10 runs off that over. 293 for 2. Hall.
I just wonder how many Ricky Ponting would have got if he'd played a lot of his cricket in Sharjah, where I think Sachin has got at least 15 of his. And that is a very flat wicket and small ground. To bowl those little cutters, but I'm not sure that the sun's been out for a couple of hours now. Might have dried out just a little bit, won't be cutting as much.
Loves driving through that region, through extra cover, and he's got himself 4. He rarely misses out, and that sort of opportunity, Mike Hussey.
Just eases it through, doesn't he? I think the beauty about Mike Hussey is the ability to get his weight to go into the shot. Watch how he leans right forward into the shot, head right over the ball, and that's why he hits it through the offside so well. Look at that, leaning right through. Make sure the weight goes into the shot.
45 now off 30 balls for Hussey. Kepler Wessels, who was his coach at Northants. He was telling me that he's pretty much like a golfer, Barry. Spends hours and hours hitting balls in the nets, as golfers do at the driving range. Paying dividends, that's for sure.
Oh, it's an object lesson. If you want to get there, and he waited a long, long time to break into this Australian side. And now he's made every post a winner. He loves being there, very fit. And as you say, practices hard.
300 up now. 300 for 2. Australia. And there's still 10 overs and 1 ball to go. Great acceleration. It's good length from Andrew Hall. You can't do too much with that. Just the one. But still 8 runs off the over. 301 for 2. 50 runs ahead, Barry, from that World Cup final. 250 for 2 they were after 40.
And this partnership has been 85 and 59 balls. Just inside the wide indicator. And that's not a bad line to bowl.
It's amazing with the advent of the Pro 20 games these days. The players play at the domestic level or international. We're looking at the scoreboard and thinking, gee, we can really give this some serious tap in the last 9 or so overs. Now that's gone away for 4. It's been given runs, so there must have been a bit of willow there, top edge, which is a little bit dangerous for Mark Boucher.
You're not kidding, that's a wicket-keeper killer. 50 for Hussey. In no time at all, 33 deliveries. 7 fours, 1 6. And that's a very, very happy dressing room.
It's a really good lesson, Michael Hussey, I think, for anyone who's watching him bat. I've never ever seen him run that first one slowly, Barry. He just scampers down the track, and even then he was trying to get back on strike and trying to turn that into 2. It wasn't a chance. Obviously Ricky Ponting would be quite tired, but he was just screaming down, touching down at the other end and trying to get back pretty much the same way Jonty Rhodes used to.
Yeah, very busy cricketer. Brings energy to the side.
That's going to be called a wide. It is.
Ponting knows that he's going to be bowling that line. Ricky Ponting knows that he's going to bowl that line. He really does, because he's starting to move across. Watch the footwork of Ponting, because he knows Telemarcus is searching for that off stump. That's why I prefer him to go round the wicket and bowl it into the block hole, because if you tend to go a little bit wider, that's what happens. You get wided by the umpire.
Cries of catch it, but no one there. A boundary to finish the over turns that into a big one. 11 runs on that as well. 41 overs gone. 312 for 2 it is now. Remarkable stuff. Hall again. Full toss. Hasn't got past the 2 fielders at extra cover. In a line, basically, those 2 in the end.
Yeah, it's like cadets, aren't they? Come to attention standing together.
He wants 2. He's going to get 2 more than 2.
Picks the gap so beautifully, Michael Hussey. That's why he's going along at such a rate. 100 they put on in 66 deliveries. 11 overs for 100 partnership. Absolutely amazing. I suppose the question they'll be asking in the Australian dressing room, can Hussey get 100?
I suppose another question they'll be asking in Australia is why hasn't this guy played for the last 7 or 8 years? Just goes to show how strong that batting order was for Australia. Straight to the man at mid-wicket. Direct hit will find him wanting it. Gets the big swallow dive in. And no disturbing the timber. Safe.
I think he might have a bit of a roasty when he gets up. Dived on the hard part of the pitch. Taking off almost straight away. Direct hit, he was gone. Oh, well, he might have done the Herschel. Was the bat in the air or not? Perhaps just home. He's so quick.
Down the ground, protection. Just one this time.
I think that was almost a run out there. That would have been a bit of luck for South Africa. Just touched it, Andrew Hall, but it went past the stumps, and it seems to be sums up the day. Watch this. Just touches his hand, but misses the stumps, and Hussey in a hurry to get back. Would have got him twice in 2 games.
Six. Callis thought he was in the game at one stage. Not to be.
He would have been if he'd been 20 rows back. No catch by the spectators, and just another 6, the 8th in this innings.
63 now for Mike Hussey off just 38 balls, 8 4s and 2 6s, and the full toss was just dispatched. Overstepping. Have to bowl that one again, Andrew Hall. He's not very happy with himself, understandably so. Whipped away leg side. Dippenaar again. Safely home. Good running. Very good running. 13 runs coming from it. 326 for 2.
There'll be a few that reckon, oh, there we go again. I mean, they really are picking the gaps beautifully. What a position to be in, though. Ponting on 117, Hussey 68 or 41 deliveries. And they're absolutely carving him away. I mean, I've got to say that I haven't been here as often as you have, but this bull ring doesn't exactly sound like a bull ring right now.
I'm at a loss for words. Yeah, it's a messy bull ring at the moment. You've just got to hold on tight. I think what you've got to do as a side now, you've just got to take as much as you can out of the next couple of overs left. Hey, make sure you keep your dignity and make sure you do your basics right. And believe that if one side can get it, well, you can do it as well. You've got to believe that. But don't let it get completely out of hand. And don't get it too messy.
That's what it's messy at the moment. It's not a bull ring, it's an abattoir.
Well, hang on a second, Greggy. You know, with all your cricket knowledge and experience, you would think you'd say, well, I won't make a call just yet until both sides have had a knock. I've seen Herschel Gibbs plays well.
Oh, yes, look, I've got no doubts about that. I'm just making a comment on what's happening in the crowd. I mean, there we are. This tells a story. There are no flags flying here. And, I mean, look at that face. You're dead right. There's a batting lineup in the South African side that if it clicks straight down the ground, I get a single there, thinking about 2. Yes, if it clicks, and it's going to have to take more than 1 this time round. I mean, basically, we've got great players like Callis, no doubt about him. Kemp is a big hitter. It's time that he came in and did something spectacular towards the end of the innings. But, I mean, for me, it's Smith, it's Gibbs, it's Callis, and it's de Villiers. And if all 4 of them fire, then who knows?
Good fielding. Another poser. With the advent of the 20-over matches, maybe this is going to be the norm. Maybe we're going to see 300s being pushed more often than not. And I know, stretching our imagination, that you think that 350 in a one-day game might become almost the norm.
Well, you make a good point. I mean, the run rates in Test cricket have gone through the roof as a result of some of the things that they've been doing in one-day cricket. Right up in the block hole that time, and settling for a single. It's 333 for 2. Yes, just for a second, dwelling on that economy situation, the economy rate. Who has been the meanest of the bowlers in the South African lineup? Well, Telemarcus. He's conceded 5.8 and over, and the most expensive has been Callis, 11.5 and over. Oh, he's hit that one, and it's gone as flat as a tack for 6. Well, Ricky Ponting is certainly enjoying himself out there. I mean, 2 down they were in this series. This is a different looking side totally.
Lots of intensity from Ricky Ponting, even though he's in a wonderful position. You just sense he's looking at bigger things here. He wants to button this down and make a huge statement.
Oh, and Ponting there calling for a single, sending his colleague back, and then an overthrow. That could have been a run out.
I guess you're playing matches, if you play long enough, you somewhere along the line you run into one of these kind of games where you flat deck and you get taken apart. It just happens. It's sad sometimes it happens in crucial games, but as a team you're on a process always. You like to think you're on an upward process and you take something out of it. Players that have played will remember it.
I'll remember it, right?
Well, it tends to fade a little bit more in your memory if you bat pretty well and get close.
That's right. If you win, it'll go down in history. You'll never forget it. Down it goes to mid-on again. In comes the throw, and back for the second. When you shy at the stumps, run-outs are such an important part of these games. When you shy at the stumps these days, if it's a metre wide of the stumps, then you'll be shaking your head as a fielder. Oh, that's 6. That's straight. That's going straight over the top of the side screen. Oh! That's a great box down there, but they were scattering all over the place. The best box in the house, straight down over the top of the Standard Bank sign at the far end, and Ricky Ponting has hit the ball straight into it.
That is a heck of a shot.
Yeah, well, he was in danger as well up there. What a shot. Well, he's heaved that one down the ground. Now let's just see if we can pick this ball coming down over the top of the screen. Here it comes. And there they go.
Look out. Issue helmets around, yeah.
Oh boy, what a wicket this is. Oh, that's 6 as well. He's worked that away on the onside. It's a question of getting underneath the ball. Anything you can get underneath, the way these guys are playing, is going to disappear into the crowd.
But it's been a while. A lot has been spoken about bowling at the death. You've got to hit the right area. You've got to get it full up. And these 2 men in, if they get under it.
It looked as if that one hit someone on the head down there at deep square leg. That one nudged away on the offside. Yes, what could be worse? You come here looking for a victory by your team. You're sitting up there, you've had a few beers, and an Australian flicks one on the leg side and you get smashed on the head. They're diving in all directions down there. There's one guy there that took a while to get up. That's him there.
I'm amazed at Ponting's ability to keep going. The intensity is still playing it often when you see batsmen smacking it like he has for so long, running between the wickets. He still looks good, looks fresh. He's hitting the ball powerfully.
Mind you, these two, no one's going to score quicker than they are, so basically they just keep going at this rate, and who knows, what's at 361 now. They score at 8 and over from here on in, and they do make 400.
Well, you were captain of many sides. What do you look back on it and you say, well, it's been a good pitch. Dot ball being clapped. What could Smith have done, or the side could have done, to stop this kind of carnage?
Look, I wouldn't want to be critical at all of this sort of thing happens in one-day cricket. That's why people love it so much. Every now and again, no matter what you do in good batting conditions, you have a guy like Ponting, chaps like Hussey and Gilchrist who fire. Cheer for the fielding. It's 362 for 2, and the only thing you can really do is get it. Don't let them get underneath the ball. Get it right up there. Oh, not like that. That's 6 as well. That's gone way over the top of mid-on. Now that's an example of exactly what you don't want to do. I mean, that's the length that says take it.
It's the length you spoke about. It's happy hour. It's been happy hour for a little while now. You wouldn't wish it on anybody to bowl.
That's a little bit better. He's flicked that away, screw on the leg side. There's a very simple rule here, and I mean this is where Smith has got to, and he's just trotting across now, is he? You really have to just say to your bowlers, look, even if you slow it down a little bit, you've got to get the ball right up there so that they can't keep hitting these 6s. And this is an example. There it is, pitched is just right for Ponting to get underneath it.
You've got to practice it as well. It's very important. Not easy to run up and just bowl it really full. Even low full tosses sometimes better than the length ball.
Well, that's going to happen if you try and bowl Yorkers, low full tosses. Well, that's a good delivery again. That's the right length.
And the other side now, South Africa coming to bat, chasing a mammoth score like this. You know, it's you got to go or bust. And often you get bowled out for a low score in trying to get a big score. And it really looks even worse. You've got to drag something out of it. Make sure you get a good start. Ponting's one-day career, 145 not out now.
Yes, well, apart from that first delivery, it's been a lot better from Kallis. I think he probably just had a little rethink as he walked back after that first one and disappeared for 6. So the highest score by Ricky Ponting. That's why the cheers are. That's the Kallis to Ponting. You can see those just short of a length deliveries are the ones. At least if you're up there, they've got to go along the ground. You've got a chance of restricting boundaries. So they are 372 for 2. Those deliveries at the 8-yard mark are the ones you can get underneath. The ones around his toes there, around the popping crease, are the ones that we call Yorkers or block hole balls. Difficult to get away. Certainly won't get them away for 6. So 2 more to Ponting. Also the end of the over. 374 for 2. But they'll be going to the top of the charts, I should think, today. Here's a full toss, and it's in the air. This will be out caught. Yes, at last. Hussey trying to hit a full toss down the ground. You heard Pat Simcock saying you're better off over pitching than under pitching. Hussey didn't quite get that one in the middle of the bat. It's gone down the ground, and Mackay-Ntini's taken the catch.
Nice and easy from Mackay. 51 balls. Just have a look at that. 81 runs at a strike rate of 158. Well, you got to go a long way to beat that. 374 for 3 now.
Simons is the man, and that's understandable. And the bad news is that he hits it harder than anyone.
He's there. He sliced it, didn't middle it, and straight down Mackay-Ntini's throat. Good catch.
So Mackay-Ntini taking the catch that gets rid of Michael Hussey. A fantastic knock. 81 or 51 deliveries. Couldn't have done better. And the man striding out of the centre now is probably the hardest striker of a cricket ball in world cricket. Well, there probably one or two around him. Kemp, I think, is another that when on his days hits it just as hard. Perhaps Andrew Flintoff. But the man in your picture now, Andrew Symonds, has got an awesome reputation. Speak to anyone anywhere around the world, especially bowlers, and they reckon he hits it as hard as anyone.
Yeah, and he's walked in, as you say, with a license. Have fun. Just tee up. Doesn't matter.
Yes, he wants to. He can make an impact if he doesn't try and hit the first one for 6. So I really think that he should give it to Ponting. Ponting's going unbelievably.
That's good bowling. Good experienced bowling now, running between the balls to try and get the time in. It's the dismissal again. Comfortable height. Lovely catch.
Well, it's a full toss. It's going over the top. Will it go the whole way? Yes, it is, all the way. That's the direction he loves. He really does heave them into that corner, does Ponting. Well, he's now reached his 150, 154 to Ponting of 99 deliveries. And there goes yet another 6.
Well, applause all round for 150 well-played runs. As good as you'll ever see. No matter where you watch cricket anywhere in the world, this is a fine, fine innings.
Knows the call from the non-striker's end. That's the ball to bowl, right up in the block hole. Now they got to 380, so that now is the 4th highest score in the history of one-day internationals.
And he's behind the over rate now, the captain.
Yes, this batting lineup on its day is absolutely awesome. We saw the Australians lose a few quick wickets in the match in Durban, and that, of course, makes a huge difference. Ponting there on 155 undefeated. Gilchrist and Katic, who got things off to such a fantastic start, sort of like a distant memory. .381 for 3. Right, so Ponting on 155. Flays that one through the offside again. No ball called as well. So he's going to have to re-bowl that, and Ponting goes to 159.
Well, you've got to get the basics right now. And it's never easy when you've been under pressure, but again, bit of width, no ball. And when somebody's in the form he's in, you've got to hold on tight. Roger Telemarcus has been given the dubious task of bowling at this time. You wouldn't wish it on anybody.
No, you did right. It's this can't be a good feeling for Graham Smith and any of his players out there. They all know what's happened. I mean, you can't hide behind these things. They've just got to do the level best now to restrict the Aussies the best they can for the next 3 overs, and then hope that the batsmen can do what the Aussies have done. That's blazed away through the offside field for a single. Yes, and there's no doubt that Graham Smith will be confronted with a fine. This over rate has been very slow. Mind you, they've spent a lot of time waiting for the ball to come back.
Yeah, it doesn't help when your left-right combinations as well batting. You've got to change field every second delivery. Symonds to face Telemarcus.
There you go, another no ball. Well, Simons is not going to waste any time, so a no ball 4. In fact, this over so far 2 no ball 4s. So it doesn't look as if Simons is going to give one to Ponting. He's going to take it on himself. Just giving it a little bit of room and smashing it down the ground for 4. There we are. You've got to get back. You've got to have a decent portion of your foot behind that line, otherwise it's going to happen from time to time. Oh, that's it. Take that. Another no ball. And it's gone all the way as well. Well, this over is turning out to be a nightmare for him. Not only is it a no ball, he's hit it for 6 as well. And the highest team total in one-day international cricket. It's the first time any side has got to 400. This is the sort of thing this Australian team will enjoy.
Come back for 2. Yeah, who would have thought you'd ever get to a one-day game and see 400 scored? All set up by Ricky Ponting and, well, Adam Gilchrist up front as well.
Yes, it doesn't help. Bowl those no balls. So he's got a long way to go in this over yet. This could be quite an expensive over.
Of course, South Africa's bowling coach, Vincent Barnes, he'd need to get his bowlers around and sit down and say, guys, let's have a look at exactly what we could have done wrong, what we did wrong. But as a bowling coach, you're sitting in that change room. This cannot be easy. I know it's a flat deck. Some wonderful batting.
Oh, and that one's disappeared as well. Another 4. That's 22. 22 of this over, and only 3 balls, 3 legitimate balls have been bowled. So,
well, how many in this over already? Too many.
The records are tumbling here. So back in now. Oh, he's hit that way over the top as well. And he's got him. No, he's got him. That's a great catch. That's a wonderful catch by Dippenaar. Well, this is as good a catch as you see in circumstances like this. He had the rope right at his heels. It was as flat as a tack. The ball would have gone at least 5 meters over the boundary. And it has been brilliantly caught and brings to the end what is one of the most brilliant knocks ever seen here, I feel certain.
But Dippenaar had to judge it well. He'll stay just inside the rope. But Ricky Ponting leaves the stadium. The Wanderers Bullring have played an innings that will be remembered by everyone here for many a year. A standing ovation. Well played, Ricky Ponting. 407 for 4.
Yes, well, that was a captain's knock, if ever you saw one. The highest score against South Africa ever in one-day international cricket. So Brett Lee coming out. See if he can brute force a few.
Brett Lee, he hits the ball well. Have a quick look at the pitch himself. Get a bowl in a little while.
Right, so 133 matches. Brett Lee being sent out to see if he can hit a few sixes as well. And the bad news is that the most runs in an over in one-day international cricket is 30. Both times the bowler, well, no, correction, both times the batsman was Jayasuriya, Sri Lankan, Amir Sahal and Harris of New Zealand. Telemarcus, despite the fact he's got a wicket in this over, he's gone for 27 so far in this over. This is the dismissal again. This is the catch. Just watch this. This is fantastic.
I have the presence of mind to stay on that left leg.
Well, that's gone down the ground. One bounce, only a single. That makes it 28 off the over. 409 for 4. Right up in the block hole, but nicely played to third man. Thinking of a second, and back they come. That's good running.
Well, shouts from Mark Boucher. Just a lot of frustration. He was shouting because he wanted to just get one, not two. Get Simons back on strike. Shake of the hand, hands on hips. Van der Walt just took a long while to get rid of the ball. It is a big boundary, though.
.411. We're in the 49th over. Blasts it down the ground, and just a single that time. Well done. Nice throw right at the stumps, nice and low. De Villiers, the fieldsman down there. A lot depends on him. The crowd behind him just needs something to cheer about.
Of course, the team have got to really look deep themselves and be careful not to blame each other and lose focus. There's so much still to play for in this series and in this tour, and this kind of game can have a profound effect on your performance over the next couple of weeks.
Straight to extra cover, and they're running. Will it be out? No. I think that needed to be over the bails as opposed to a direct hit.
He had all the time, Graham Smith. It was a slow first start, and the throw was just too low.
Yeah, of course it would have been out if he hit, but it may well have been worth just throwing it over the top of the bails. However, no good crying over spilt milk. Oh, that's an inside edge along the ground for 4. Well, when it goes wrong, it really goes wrong. I suppose the question here, Pat, is it worth considering a change to the South African batting lineup? You know, bear in mind what they've got to do here. There's no such thing as a draw. If you want to win the series, South Africa, you've got to win this match. Simple as that. And I just wonder whether it's worth considering a bit of a change to the lineup, experimenting with something.
Oh, it's got to be. You got to make the play. You can't just walk in and knock it around and lose by 200. I think it's a wonderful opportunity for somebody to get in there and well, get close. If you don't get the score, get close. Really show what you're about. Get something positive out of it. Not saying they won't get the score.
Either that, or you say to a guy like Buddha Dipanar, obviously out the window goes playing any form of anchor role, and this is an opportunity for you to show us from the word go what you can do with playing shots, and so go out there and smash it, because that's the only way they're going to win. So if you're watching this telecast, rest assured there's going to be some entertainment one way or the other. It's 420 for 4. Yeah, he's going to sleep, I'm afraid. He's hiding. 1 over to go. One-handed is another no ball. This is getting out of hand. It's gone for 4 as well. Well, I don't know what Telemarcus is doing. Having done so well in Durban and having been so disciplined, I just don't understand this.
Well, in world cricket, if you had to choose one person to be lined up to face the last over, probably would be the man on strike right now. One-handed, just smacked it. Yeah, that's the no ball, and then let go.
A little bit of a fumble there from Tini. This gives them another run.
Of course, Tony, that's the danger now. The wheels start to come off, don't they? You go into the change room, heads go down. 10 minutes later, your batters walk out, and they got a daunting task ahead of them. They're shaking their heads, stunned.
Well, you can't blame the batsman for this. The batsman just got to keep himself focused. This is the bowlers have got to look at this score, and they got to find out where. Well, they've got to ask themselves, where did it go wrong? Or at the stumps, and now a chance of a run out, but it went like a rocket. Hit the middle stump down the far end, and bounced back, but no run out.
Tell you what, the poor umpire, he had moved, just moved, missed the stumps. Hit one on the shin.
Yes, it's not the greatest thing to say, but it's probably the closest thing we've seen today of the stumps being knocked down. Oh, he's heaved that one down towards the outfield as well, and it's picked up, and they'll come back to the second. Yes, just getting back to the batsmen now. So we've the South African batsmen have got to get themselves whatever else, they just got to get themselves focused on doing something special today. You know, there's a man that might have to make a contribution, and he can. We know that. He's got to go out there, be very positive. Graham Smith does most times go out and do exactly that, and that's a wide as well. So no matter what happens to the bowlers here, and they really are having a tough time, the batsmen have got to go out and do it. It'll be a test of their character, that's for sure, up against the highest score ever made in one-day international cricket history. Would it be Gibbs today? Another fumble down there and another run. And I think he's home. He's taken the bails off, but he's going to refer it. But I've got to say, I thought he was home.
Yeah, I think Mark Boucher thought so as well. Just a little delay here. And, took the bails off, but when he took the bails off and he had a little an appeal, then he walked around. I think he could see he was right there.
Yeah, Boucher asking the question very positively, because he actually was facing the other direction. It was a reluctant referral by the umpire. I think he knew it was not out. Righto, so 2 balls to go before the lunch break and the change of innings, and then we'll see South Africa come out here and try to retaliate. There's the not out decision. Telemarcus hopefully will stay behind the line and not bowl any wides here. Now then, an apology there. That is a full pitch.
Yes, and I'm sure some of the batsmen are saying, well, you can shoot, if you want to bowl a full toss quite high, the last thing we'd like you to do is to bowl it to Brett Lee. What are you doing, mate? 10 minutes time, this bloke's got a new ball in his hand, and he's not a happy camper.
Last ball of the innings. Brett Lee has smashed it away down towards square leg. Kemp hovers down there, but then pauses. In comes his throw. And that is the end of the innings. A wonderful batting performance by the Australians. Of that, there is no doubt, a world record batting performance. And from a South African bowling point of view, they'll be very, very pleased it's over. There is the performance of Australia, a wonderful performance. Ponting, the top scorer, won 164 of 105 balls. And, well, who would have thought that we would have had a world record score made at the Wanderers here today?
South Africa need 435 to win from 300 balls. They've got to go at 8.7 runs to the over. And they are right up against it. Of course, it's 2-all going into this game. The best of 5 series. And the weather's playing its part at the moment. A couple of heavy clouds have come across, but they seem to have disappeared. There certainly have been 1 or 2 bits of verbal going on in the first half of this game, notably between Smith and Ponting. And I think we can safely say also, Darryl, it was just down to magnificent batting. An enormous total to chase down. And he's got someone about 150 screaming in. Oh, that'll be a bit of a help. Big roar from the crowd here. Capacity crowd, 32,000 people. And South Africa open their account.
Well, the nice thing about chasing a target like this is that, don't be surprised though, I think 1 or 2 saving batsmen will come off here today. The big question is for how much.
Captain's away as well.
So what's your call then? If they are going to change the order, 3's then got to be the option. Who do South Africa send in at 3?
Well, I guess it's going to be Herschel Gibbs. Herschel Gibbs at 3, then you got, I'm sure it's going to be the same order now. There was an argument that Gibbs could have opened. I suppose even AB de Villiers could have opened. Jacques Kallis, Barry Richards was saying should have opened. But I guess it's going to be the similar order we saw in Durban.
Will we see perhaps a pinch should have been used?
No option. There has to be someone used at some stage. Has to be. Manageable totals. They don't change their order. When there's something over 250, 260, 270 mark, and here we are at 430. See, the thing about Shaun Pollock, Darryl, we've seen it for years and years and years, and rarely has he let the country down. He'll always just snipe 1 or 2 only at the start, and that changes things dramatically. That bottom line, that bottom strap, in case you just happen to be tuning in for the first time, is not a mistake. Never before has this sort of total been posted in a 50-over game. A world record today from Australia. And now, of course, you've got to face Brett Lee.
What do you think about South Africa pulling it off? Won't that be a game to remember?
Certainly. You might just get your money's worth if you happen to pay to get into the venue. It's leg side.
Well, we had the cast from the Tsotsi film. They paraded during the lunchtime break and showed off the Oscar. South Africa do win it. They might win an Oscar for it as well. That's real movie stuff, you think. In fact, they ought to chase that down. It's going to require some amazing batting.
A single off the last ball. Yeah, you might just settle for some 870 odd runs in a day's play in a 1 day. 3 for no loss.
Well, it begs the debate. What about a Pro 20 approach here? You're going to need 2 Pro 20 innings in 1 match here.
It's what we saw. It's what we saw from Australia, basically. Particularly the last 20 overs.
And they'll be happy just to allow South Africa to push it around, get to the other end, the batsman. So I'm sure that during the break, their chat was just ensuring that they're good in the field, cut off whatever they can, and just ensure that their disciplines are tight. You don't have to do much, do you? You've just got to, every ball, just try and get in there, in the right area.
Bracken now. No run there. Now, just to let you know, I mean, this run rate required is going to be something that's worth watching now. To start off, it was 8.7. After 3 runs in 7 balls, it's now gone to 8.85. So it escalates dramatically in this situation if you don't get off quickly.
It just shows you then what a value the dot ball is.
Chopped it on. Lost a wicket early. Nathan Bracken did the business in Durban, and he started by getting Dippenaar today.
A bit of fortune to go with it there. Inside edge. Dippenaar looking to get it down to 3rd man. It's a fairly foolish delivery. And he'll count himself very unlucky on this sort of pitch to get out in that fashion. Fortunately, the hero out of the Durban innings, he has to leave. But Dippenaar gone for 1. South Africa now 3 for 1.
Now striding out at number 3 as we expected. And he's one of those guys who can tee off from ball 1. He's got that sort of ability, and sometimes, in fact, in the one-day game when he's playing like that, he ends up getting a better total and tends to flow better in his innings rather than just taking a bit of time to consolidate initially. Herschel Gibbs has arrived, taking guard. Nathan Bracken has struck in his first over. Gibbs, very experienced these days, 185 games, average a little bit lower than what it should be for someone of his ability, but he has got 1500s. That's an important stat to remember in that pedigree. South Africa now 3 for 1. Two catches, a slip and also a short cover. Bracken again.
Well, this is the sort of situation Herschel Gibbs will enjoy.
Whipped away, just behind square on the leg side. Come back for 2. That was another feature of the Australian innings, and we've talked, of course, about all the boundaries that were scored and the high percentage of runs scored in boundaries, somewhere around about 65%, which is quite ludicrous for a one-day game. But their running between the wickets, Darryl, was also brilliant.
Well, the secret to that is they ran that first one particularly hard. It is the sort of ground where you can put the sweepers under pressure. If you get it in the gap, beat the inner ring, invariably, if he hasn't got ball in hand, you can turn for the second. It just is a very tough ground to defend on. You rely so much on your bowlers getting it right on the day. And when the outfield is as quick as it is, it's an absolute nightmare.
And now you're facing him again. And you've got to go at nearly 9 runs and over. 5 for 1.
It won't be too difficult to work out what that conversation's all about. I'm sure they were thinking, look, let's give ourselves a chance at least, yeah. One of us gets in, perhaps get a big partnership going. Who knows? The likes of Kemp to come down the order, we could do the impossible.
I guess this is quite simple, Darryl. You've got a situation where Australia have done it. South Africa should be number 2 in the world. They should be saying to themselves, OK, well, they've done it. So if we get off to a start here and someone dominates like Ponting did, and I think a lot of responsibility is on the captain's head, Graeme Smith, if they get off, there might be a chance. That's good. That's 4.
Well, South Africa will need a whole lot more than just one half volley. They need a good couple. And that'll give confidence to Graeme Smith.
This has been the key head-to-head throughout the summer. Might be another boundary. Here's another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries now for Graeme Smith. 8 runs off the first 2 balls.
Well, Mark, this is why you can't get too convinced about Australia necessarily winning this match. I still bet on them to do it, but you see that shot, that's just a push. Most grounds, that'll be stopped by point. He'll have time perhaps to get around, or third man makes some ground. It just races across the outfield here. Lee's extra pace, get it offline. There's no doubt he will be punished.
A couple of 4s so far in this innings. Australia's innings consisted of 43 4s and 14 6s.
I think that's the damage, those 14 6s. That's really the difference. In most one-day innings you might expect 4 or 5. And a lot of those 6s weren't off the worst deliveries. They were length balls, great shots by Ponting and Hussey.
Overstepping and not called. Just the 1. Straight back to Lee. Tell you what, Darryl, if you happen to be, and we know that there's a bit of betting that goes around the place around the cricketing world, obviously just punters getting involved. If your spread betting was wrong today, you might be bleeding badly.
Look, I was never a student of how that in fact works. That is missed again. Oh, goodness me. What is it going to take for him to call it if you're not calling that?
Correct, you shouldn't be missing those. In fact, what there should be happening is a bit of communication from the third or fourth umpire, letting him know that he's missing a couple of no balls. Because that's all one of these two batsmen need, is to get bowled on no ball. And then see the replays later. That's past the inside edge and past the outside edge of the off stump. But 10 from the over, 15 for 1.
This must have been close. Well, not so close in the end. The bounce going right over the stumps too.
Outside edge down to third man, Stuart Clark just for 1. I guess we need to watch this outcome of this, the final game of the series, and just take in consideration how that's going to affect the lead-in to the first Test match in Cape Town on Thursday.
No, I think very positive for you, South Africa, an Australian supporter. But South Africa will obviously look upon it as another big challenge. The key question is, will Pollock be fit?
I had a little chat, quick single. Safely home to Shane Jabbar, the physiotherapist this morning, Daryl. And Sean has got a strained ligament in his lower back. And he has improved from Friday to now. And he said there's lots of work to be done before Sean plays in that first of 3 Test matches starting Thursday. And I asked him to give me a rating. What's his feeling right now? And he said 50-50. So that's not great news.
Well, the way he's sitting, I'm sure that can't be doing his back any good. And those aren't the most comfortable of chairs, and having battled with that very same injury, the sacroiliac joint. That's just bad posture in the commentary booth. Everybody's up. It's early doors, so why don't you have the tops on?
That's away and 4. Driving on the up.
Beautiful shot from Gibbs. When he does drive on the up square of the wicket, he's as good as anybody in the world. And yet again, it just highlights what a great pitch this is. You know, when you can play through it like that with confidence, and it goes where you wanted it to go, that does really excite you.
End of the 4th over, 21 for 1. And South Africa have already lost the wicket of Buttadipana, 22 for 1. The run rate is at 5.28 at this stage. The likes of A.B. de Villiers, Jacques Kallis, Mark Boucher, Kemp, Hall, Johan van der Vaart to come. And Roger Salamakis, who created a bit of havoc in the 3rd game in Port Elizabeth.
Well, that field placing from Ponting and Lee, that just tells you immediately he's not going to look to get anything outside off stump in a hurry.
147 at release. As it hits the deck, drops 10 k's per hour and slows down 9 k's per hour, 11 k's per hour. Down to third man.
You're saying it gets down to about 100 k's by the time it gets to the batsman? I don't believe that.
120 odd, 124 I think it was. Overstepping. So maybe the 3rd or 4th umpire's been on the walkie-talkie to Aleem Dar.
It's always tough for the umpire because at the the last moment, he's obviously from there. Got to get the eye level up to see what happens at the other end. I've always been in favour for the square camera being used, just to help them. Maybe a little beep. And allow them the opportunity just to call it.
Inside edge. Not far away from the stumps. And he'll take that.
Well, they'll take anything now, South Africa. And this is the sort of luck they need. Inside edge, edges, 1 or 2 drop catches. It's all going to count.
Advancing, working leg side. Katic does well, no run in the end. 7 runs from the over, 28 for 1 after 5. Some of the members of the crowd thought that they might have scrambled a single with that little misfield from Katic. He did very well.
Feel now that South Africa need to do something.
Down the track and just over the top of Michael Clark, and that's 4.
Well, it wasn't going to take too much longer. Herschel Gibbs, 13 from 14 right now. And that strike rate's going to have to be somewhere up 100. He's got to keep it going right up there.
Interesting to note that after 1 ball in the 6th over, Australia had 27 runs on the board. South Africa now got 32. Gone again. And 4 more back-to-back boundaries for Gibbs.
That's what it's all about, yeah. You get those lines and lengths wrong, you can swing through it with gay abandon. This is exactly what Herschel Gibbs is doing. Speeds away yet again. Another welcome boundary for South Africa.
Herschel Gibbs, as we all know, is a rare talent. Now, this is perhaps the ideal situation for him. 3 fours of 15 balls and looking to play shots. Hits that well, but straight to extra cover.
Yeah, the key question, Mike, is can he sustain it for long periods? That's where Ponting was brilliant. Special innings, someone is going to have to match him. You look up and you see 399 and you could panic. You could think that, gosh, we could never achieve that. The other way might be just to set small targets within that run chase.
And just the one from Gibbs. 9 off the over. 37 for 1. It's a good shot from Herschel Gibbs. He's got that away beautifully. Nice and flat for 6. So there's a 6 off the first ball of the over. Brett Lee is bowling some pretty tidy pace, 145.5 k's per hour, and Gibbs is looking to play some strokes. Nice position for that. And into the stand on the short boundary.
Brett Lee again. Gibbs needs to play an absolute gem here, needs support as well. So here's the 6 again. Beautifully played. It really was. Now that's what they need. They need a few of those. They need to get that run rate up. They need to score at 8.98 to win this match from here on in. So nearly 9 and over. So they can't forget that. Well, that's well bowled. Nothing much you can do. Oh, and there's going to be a run out. Oh, he's missed. He's missed the stumps. Right, well, that was very close. Ponting, I was talking a little earlier about a miss on a run out. If you practice it enough, it should be by not much. And it will be interesting to see how close this actually is. I'm not too sure that it would have been out anyhow, but watch Watch this. It goes to Ponting, picks it up. In comes the throw. Oh boy, he would have been gone by miles. The question is, how far was the ball off the stumps? You can bet your bottom dollar that it wasn't that far. Within a skerrick of a run out there. The batsman not even in the picture. Off the pad, I think off the pad and down to the boundary for 4. Leg buys. They'll take them whatever way they can get them. Oh boy, the South African flags are coming out now. There's just a little feeling. Can our batsmen make a go of this? Well, Gibbs is the man. .47 for 1. That's the end of the over. It's 47 for 1. So 7 overs have been bowled. Speeds from the fast bowler Lee of about 145. They're about at the moment. Gibbs on 24 of 25. Smith gets it away. That'll go to the boundary for 4 as well. That's well played. Right. Now we need the South African captain to come to the party. He's got 20 of 12, so he's going pretty well. Lovely shot. The fine leg fieldsman up. And so the ball dispatched away to the boundary. Right, can he do it again? Left arm over the wicket. Well, the idea is right. There's no turning back here.
Absolutely no prisoners at all, and that's the way it's got to be. Just about the same as Australia, really. 51 off 7.2, so they're up with the rate.
On the up, but unfortunately straight to mid-on. Well, there's no doubt that they've had a glance up at the board. They know it's 9 and over. They know there's no point in drawing this match. They've got to go down blazing if they're going to go down. Otherwise, they've got to win it. Simple as that.
Imagine if they did that. 20 and 24. Probably a bit of an advantage that Butta Dippenaar got out so early. Brought Herschel Gibbs in. And I think he plays at his best now, Tony, when there's absolutely nothing to lose. He's got a full license to go as hard as he can. And if he has a little bit of luck, Herschel Gibbs, he can score 100 in absolutely no time.
Yeah, a little bit of luck early on, but what they've both got to do is they've got to do what Ponting did afterwards, and then that's when you've got to really turn it on and stay out there. Inside edge, lucky, but runs. Gibbs wants 3, but I'm afraid there was no way that 3 was on there, so runs are beginning to flow.
And the backup bowlers too, those are the ones. Lewis, he'll be the sort of pace on this kind of pitch which Gibbs and Smith can really target. It's a 50 partnership, just 39 deliveries. Some encouragement for the spectators. Could we have a good game after all?
Well fielded. Full-length dive by Clark.
He's brilliant. A.B. de Villiers for South Africa, Michael Clark for Australia.
Oh, that's a magnificent shot. It's gone through the fingers there of the close fieldsman. It was hit so well, it's gone to the boundary for 4. 57 for 1. That's well played. That's beautifully played. Steered to the boundary for 4. Keep him coming.
Well, I think you're a little bit generous there. I think it was a half steer. I think he was looking for that area. There's no doubt about it. He knows there's no slip, so he can angle the bat. But I think it was a thickish edge. No slip at home. 4 more. And that's the advantage of Lee. He really comes onto the bat. So if you miss the fielder anywhere after you've hit it, it's going to go away for 4. No doubt about that at all. More boundaries. 4 for Gibbs.
28 of 26 he's got. Lee it to him again. Oh, well fielded. He's blasted that into that offside field again. At the moment, the South Africans are certainly testing some of these fielders, and the Aussies are scrubbing up well in the field.
Again, this time Simons. Hit very powerfully off the back foot. It's a beauty of a batting wicket. So, I mean, I think if South Africa just feeling a little bit raw in the nerves, because I think 350 was really possible.
Brett Lee. Tight, really. You see, good bowling that is. Tucking him up. He likes to free his arms up. He likes to smash it through the offside field.
Well, there's anticipation, real anticipation amongst the crowd. They're getting right into it. They realise that a big partnership between Gibbs and Smith will really put the Aussies on the back foot.
Well played. That's the area he loves. Don't pitch it up without a deep mid-wicket. Smith's going well because he'll dispatch it in that area.
Could it be? Long way to go, but they've made a very good start. 10 fours, 1 6. High percentage of boundaries. That's his bread and butter shot.
Yes, Australia at this stage were 60 for none. So South Africa effectively have made more runs than the Australians did at the same time. So that just gives you some idea of what Barry Richards is saying. It is a good start, and just can you imagine if they were batting first, they'd be very satisfied with it.
I don't know if they would have gone the same way about it. They'd have probably been 40 for no wicket.
There's a message in that, isn't there?
Absolutely.
This is where fitness comes in as well. You know, you've been in the field. The last thing you want is tiredness, cramps, things like that. You've got to be fit for this. Brett Lee to Gibbs. Oh, he's got it away. That's 4. Take that. Short delivery. And it got the treatment it deserved. No ball called as well. So that makes it just a little bit worse.
When he gets the new ball in his hand, Brett Lee, all he wants to do is bowl 150 plus. And when they're chasing a target and they're looking to hit every ball hard, what you've got to do is change the pace. Slower balls are the order. Slower, not quicker, Brett.
Oh boy, what about a single there? Decided against it. So the end of the over, 72 for 1.
Game on. 72 for 1 of 9.
Opened the bowling with Lee, and now he's decided to give it to Clark. 3, no, they're 4 men on the leg side for him. A big circle on the offside, saving 1. Can he get into the gap? Simon's coming across in a crucial position there. He'll be darting across towards his right, trying to cut it off.
It's a beauty of a wicket, isn't it? I think for one-day contest, this is about as good as it gets from a wicket point of view, and the batsmen really enjoying themselves.
That'll be cut off. So Gibbs doing the right thing here, trying to work it into the gaps. And he's managed to get a few away to the boundary. He's got a couple away to third man. He's flicked one fine, or tried to flick one fine, got 4 off a leg by. He's conscious that there's no man at fine leg. Very risky. Right, Clark. Well fielded. There's that crucial man again. Very fast and a good anticipator. Off the edge. Bracken's down there. Just the single. That's the end of the over. It's 80 for 1. That's well played. It's going down towards the boundary. Will it be? Oh, it's beautifully stopped. Katic down there doing really well.
Lightning outfield. Just a quick check. Not sure whether his foot went over the line. Again, good use of the wrist from Herschel Gibbs.
Yes, I think it looked all right to me. Lewis is the bowler. There's been a change here as well. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Me too. Good piece of fielding from Simon Katic. Good outfield. It's like a carpet.
So I'd leave those to the fielders. Well, that's well bowled. A little bit of in-swing. Yes, there's so much time wasted these days on this business. And I would literally say to the fieldsman, "You tell me." And let's face it, that if Katic there had called it was okay, and it wasn't, then he's the one who'd cop it. And just watch this ball swing in. Just a little, not much, but just a little in the air. Oh, he should have got that one. That's going way down the leg side.
And that's the value of changing the pace. Mick Lewis is the first of the Australian bowlers to pick that up. He's bowled the slower delivery out the back of the hand, and there's going to have to be a lot of those sorts of things. You can just see the scrambled seam.
Yes, on leg stump, you've got to get him away. Now then, what's happening? Things they're just getting stuck a little bit here. This has been a good over. 3 consecutive dot balls. And for those of you who don't know what a dot ball is, no runs off the delivery.
And Graham Smith just went down and had a quiet word and said, "Herschel, you're trying to look too much for the offside. This guy's slanting it in. Go leg side. It's a much shorter boundary."
Well, that's a good drive. It's misfielded. And back for the third. So 5 off this over. They need a 4 here. 1 ball to go. They need to score at 9 and over. Oh, good shot. He's hit that one over the top. Bouncing away down to the boundary. Well, he knew exactly what was needed this over. It's spoiled it a bit for Lewis.
He's not going to put them down, Graham Smith. You'd think a lot of people would have fallen in a hole after chasing 430. He's not going to go down without a fight, Graham Smith.
South Africa are responding here. They need to keep it up without losing wickets. Right, so Stuart Clark to bowl to Gibbs. Dancing down the wicket, but controlling himself.
I think they'll have to give thought to Gilchrist standing up to both these guys. He hasn't shown any inclination to do that just yet. But it's a real ploy to change the length by going down the wicket. And even if it's not there, you can still stop your shot and pinch the one. And Smith is inclined to go down the track as well.
So Smith on strike now. We smashed that. It's going to be cut off. That's his area. He loves it square, but they know that, Australia. Good throw right over the bails from Katic down there, who's going to be a busy boy today if Smith stays out there.
They're all going to be busy if Smith stays out there. He's only faced 24 deliveries, got to 41. And he's such a strong player that even when he doesn't hit in the middle, it fairly races away.
They've got that area nicely covered now. So singles are coming, but there can't be an over without a boundary. 3 singles so far in this over. They need to be very careful of an over without a boundary.
Probably a good guide is to get your boundaries level with the number of overs being bowled. And South Africa at the moment 13 fours 1-6, so they're ahead of the game plan at the moment. They've got to hit basically a boundary every over, though. That's one way of measuring it. This is the 12th over. South Africa hit 14 boundaries.
Straight down the ground, and it's beaten him. It's 4. Well, there's the boundary for this over. That's 7 off the over. He's across what's required. Is the South African captain.
Playing a bit of roulette. He's charging, and then he's going deep in the crease, just to try and mix the length up. You can see there how far back he is in the crease, and that really plays on the mind of the bowler. And getting the right leg out the way so he can swing through.
Straight to mid-on that time, and no run. 12 overs bowled. It's 96 for 1.
Australia 81 for no loss at this stage. Seen 530 runs scored today already in 62 overs. Remarkable. Whipped away leg side.
As a bowler, you've got to ask yourself, where's this game going to? It's no fun being one of those. Become a batsman.
97 for 1 now. This was the score, by the way, when Australia lost their first wicket, 97. 2 balls into the 16th over.
So bowlers will certainly remember this match for sure.
It's away. It's not going to go to the fence. Lee will tag it. And 2 wides, the result. Brings up the 100 now for South Africa.
They love it. They were subjected to their side being put to the sword, and now tables are turned. Very expectant of getting close, for sure. Good start.
19 runs ahead at this stage. Just the 1. Inside edge, 4 runs. Runs are coming here. 9 runs off the over so far, and still 2 balls remaining. It's not an inside edge, it's buys.
So it came off Gilchrist.
And I think it was a no ball as well, interesting enough. Aleem Dar has certainly missed a few of those. Thin edge. Chases on. The ball is going to win. What a good over this is for South Africa.
And it's not finished.
Now they're alive. Wanted one. Smith said no. Now he says yes. Listen to the crowd. For Gibbs. Just 46 deliveries. Good entertainment. Well played, Herschel Gibbs.
Everybody knows how good Herschel Gibbs can be when he finds touch. The question is it that kind of day? So far, it's been good.
He doesn't mind scoring runs at the Wanderers, Pat. Some very good knocks in the past. One that comes to mind during the World Cup against New Zealand. Got 100 there. Not out the middle, but they'll scramble one. 60% of the runs scored so far by South Africa in boundaries. 15 fours and 1 6. Haven't been giving too much away, actually, as to who's going to be coming next. I'm sure it's going to be AB de Villiers. I haven't seen too many of the batsmen sitting in the dressing room with the pads on, sitting up front. Runs are flowing very nicely for Gibbs. Teaser for Bracken. 2 more.
Well, this is kind of Herschel Gibbs' cricket. He play with all the flair and freedom he likes.
Looking to advance. It's the shot that Hussey employed so effectively.
Well, what it does do, it puts a bit of doubt in the bowler's mind. From mid on up. He wants to go over the top. Now, does the wicketkeeper come up? He's not going to. Comes nice and early, dropped short, no run. But now the bowler knows. He's looking to come after me straight.
Going at over 7 to the over at the moment, Stuart Clark. His partner, Mick Lewis, going at 9.5. It's a little bit leg side. You won't see that shot in too many coaching manuals, but Gibbs will be happy to get down the other end.
Well, the French cut. Lift the front leg up and hit it between your legs. Look at this. Up. Oh, the back foot first. That's a high skill. You've got to angle the bat as well. Play it late.
He does bowl a very good Yorker, Stuart Clark. Gone for 5 so far in this over. Strong drive, but not through. Brett Lee does the work. 6 runs off the over, 14 overs gone, 116 for 1, and drinks it is. It's good fielding from Ponting.
Always a time when the fielding side can just gather their thoughts, and the captain gets his men around and says, well, this is what the strategy is now, boys. Need you on the back of the ring, and how are we going to go about it? We're waiting for a long time for the drinks break. Graham Smith and Herschel Gibbs have now got to pick up straight away.
Straight to Ponting again. Brilliant. Muscled to bring up 50.
Well played, Graham Smith. That's a fine reply. And a deserving applause from his home crowd. He needed to come out and straight away strike back at the opposition. He's done that in style.
He played a magnificent Pro 20 knock here a couple of weeks ago. He's doing pretty much the same at the moment. Ten fours now in Smith's 52, and that was the last of them. What a fine stroke.
Lots of power. He just muscles it away. He is very strong.
There's a run about some 18 inches outside off stump. So was that, but this time it's eased into the covers.
Adam Gilchrist in the background, all claps. Every dot ball's worth gold right now.
And there's another one. So 5 dot balls and 1 boundary from that over. 120 for 1. No doubt that's the plan. Nice and full, and also a little bit wider than what he has been bowling so far, Mick Lewis. As Pat was saying, applauded by Gilchrist. He knows exactly how important they are. But they've come up with another plan to Smith by the looks of things. 110 wickets. Economy rate under 5. Best of 5 for 18. Very, very handy cricketer, Andrew Symonds. And it doesn't look like this extra power play hasn't been taken. That's quite interesting. So 15 overs are up. Most captains would simply just go for the next block of 5, Pat, but no, Ponting says, I'm not taking it.
I think it makes sense with spinner bowling. Also, what he can do is say, well, I'll set them behind a little bit. Hope they pick up a wicket or 2.
Yeah, of course, if a wicket was to be taken, then as soon as that over is finished, then Ponting can take it. But what he's done here, something that they did very effectively in at Durban, actually, Kingsmead, Sahara Kingsmead, is he's just looking to slow that pace down. He's realised, identified that Smith and Gibbs were enjoying the ball coming onto the bat, so he's made a change in pace here, just to take a bit more time, get the batsman to do more of the work.
Interesting, Mike, our very competent statistician Keith Lane has just passed over 12 overs only in the whole innings. There were no boundaries in the Australian innings. Now, so far, just 3 of the 15 have had no boundaries in.
A bit of flight from Symonds, not scared to toss it up.
Ball looks worse for wear. Good shot. That's 4.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. There's no doubt they have to get a boundary every over here. Bit of pressure on them. 3 balls not going for too many. 6,000 runs in one international cricket now for Herschel Gibbs. And that is a very good shot. Just rocking back and hammering it through the covers for 4. Sweeper out there, just the one.
Well, 7 already. 1 ball left. Symonds will prefer bowling to Smith, I think. If you can get a little bit of turn, take it away from him. Ask him to play against the spin.
Over the top of Symonds. Going to pick up 2 more. It's a good over for South Africa again. 9 runs coming from it. And that might just get Ricky Ponting thinking a little bit. 129 for 1.
Good balance from Gibbs and good contact.
So Graeme Smith has also joined the party. This is some of the shots that he played throughout his 50. Just note how unorthodox they are, some of them, from outside off stump, dragging on the offside. That's why it's quite difficult to bowl from. That was a lovely shot, well timed. And he's not going to miss out in that region, that's for sure. Back live now. Stand worth 126 off 91 deliveries. Nice change down in pace. at 110, just under k's per hour from Mick Lewis.
I was talking to a couple of the Australian supporters just a day or two ago, and they were saying that Mick Lewis is known as the best death bowler in Australia, in the camp.
It's a nice length, but well played by Gibbs.
Almost want to bowl like you're bowling at the end of innings, the last 4 or 5 overs. Do that for 20 overs. That's what you've got to do.
Well played, 4 runs. Very good placement.
And timing. He didn't hit it too hard, didn't try to overhit it. Once he'd found the gap, it was 4. And again, it was in the drive zone, and on this track, we've seen the whole day how easy it's been to drive. Look at that.
Gee, this is a good deck. It's a full toss. He's edged it, and he's got himself another boundary. Goodness me, this is quite remarkable. 9 runs from the over, still 1 ball remaining. Not good bowling from Mick Lewis, it's got to be said. And Smith is going like a train.
A fast one of that. A speed train. Well, a bit of fortune every now and again helps. Striving for that Yorker, just over pitching.
.572 runs scored for the loss of 5 wickets so far today. 300 deliveries, legitimate deliveries in Australia's innings, but 9 off the over. 138 for 1. And there were 125 dot balls. Just to show how important the boundaries were, 43 fours and 14 sixes. It's been about 50 dot balls so far.
Can't understand why Ponting hasn't got his men on the edge of the circle, the 30-yard circle, just staying on the edge. 1's are no problem. Give him a 1. It's the boundary. It's when it beats the man in the ring that it goes for 4. He's got his men. They keep walking in right close to the bat.
I think also, Patrick, after this over, he's going to have to make a change. I'm sure he's not too happy with the way that Mick Lewis is going. 4 overs, none for 32, and he seems to be being sized up by Smith and Gibbs, and they're scoring runs pretty freely from him. I wouldn't be surprised if he brings another spinner into the attack for a while. Full toss. Michael Clarke is obviously the man who's done the job from time to time, just to slow the pace down of the ball. Beautifully played. That is a very good shot indeed. That's what they need to do. It's a situation where a few balls are bowled, the pressure builds up, they need a boundary, they look for it and they get it. Well played. 145 for 1. And it is Michael Clarke into the attack as well.
That's quite a lot, you know, in the context of the match. 9 runs and over is what you need to score. Talk about four overs ahead of the pace. Someone else plays well. If you do lose a wicket and you stay up with the rate, certainly is gettable. 10 and over the last 10.
I guess the difference is, Paddle, the most important part of the Australian innings is the fact they didn't lose wickets. Reduce the feet from Gibbs. And that's what South Africa have to do. They've got to make sure they've got wickets in hand right at the death. They only lost 4 in their innings, Australia.
Yeah, well, if you've got wickets in hand, if you just look at the bottom equation, need 289 to win from 31. If you take 10 overs off that, so, well, the last 10 you won, wickets in hand, you'll get 10 and over quite easily. So in the next 21, you know, you need to get 189. Go like crazy. And if you get up to there, well, you're in business. Break it down into little milestones.
Australia scored 225 off their last 20 overs because they had wickets in hand. And a couple of guys kicked on beautifully. Ponting was magnificent and got himself a big 100.
Well, that ties in. 10 and overs, certainly gettable the last 10. If you've got wickets in hand, why not 20? If that be the case, well, South Africa, as you say, are ahead of the game at the moment. Well in.
It's a good shot. One bounce four. Opened the blade perfectly. Herschel Gibbs. He didn't move. He knew that was going. That's a fine stroke. 150 on the board now for South Africa.
And that in just the 18th, no, the 19th over. Unbelievable.
Sweeper on the offside. It is Hussey coming out of the shadows. He's got a good arm. Bit of backing up as well. It's just remarkable, Pat. Here we are talking about the situation that South Africa are ahead of Australia at this stage and on track to chase this down. Still plenty of cricket to go, but it's just remarkable that we're at this stage where we're thinking about that. We're even talking about it. What an amazing day of cricket. Single taken. Direct hit from Simons. Nine runs off that first over from Michael Clarke. 154 for one.
Good shooting. Didn't count though.
So Graeme Smith at the moment 70 off 45 balls. The fastest 100 for South Africa is Herschel Gibbs, 84 deliveries. And it's a boundary off the first ball of the over. Wow, it is raining runs.
What a shot from Herschel Gibbs. Just a little check punch. Unbelievable timing.
There's the odd loose delivery flying around, which is exactly what happens when the batsman transfers pressure to the bowler.
Hoping for a dot ball.
I can't help but look at some of these Australian faces, Pat. It's just amazing. Chasing 435 to win, and you can see there's tension on some of the Australian faces. He's hit that beautifully, and that's gone a long way back for half a dozen.
Not 5 rows, not 10, not 20. More than that. Smith waited for it. And bang.
They are now 44 runs ahead of Australia at the same time. Same wicket down, just one. How's that for a shot? Down the track, makes it in a full toss. Hit it too well though, just the one. I think Ricky Ponting's got some thinking to do here. His plan is not working at this stage. 14 runs from that over. 20 overs gone. 168 for one. Another look at that half a dozen from Graeme Smith. Off the third ball of the over, which would enable them to turn it into a big one.
I don't think I've ever seen this many runs this quickly. Miss. It's been a birthday day for all the batsmen. Very opportune day because it's my son's birthday. He's 22 today. He's also having a birthday, but a different kind of birthday. Graeme Smith at the moment, he's enjoying himself. That equation coming down all the time.
Yes, South Africa have done well here, just to ensure that that required rate doesn't get above 9. It's been 9 there and thereabouts.
There he goes again, and he's too big a man not to get it out of the park. Graham Smith is going to play an innings which will be equal to Ricky Ponting's. 85 or 50 deliveries. Here we go. I think it's fasten your seatbelts, Tom.
Yes, it sure is. It's such a great pitch. You can hit through it with all confidence. And up here on the Highveld, the ball travels a long way. Now push hard, perhaps the second. Gibbs is coming back for it. Oh, that's fine running. South Africa now picking up the boundaries, and important as well, they're keeping the scoreboard going with good 1s and 2s.
Virtually nothing's gone off the straight and narrow, and there was a little bit for Andrew Hall when early on Dampish sort of wicket, but now I think they believe they can do this. They really believe they can do this, and they're well ahead of the plan. Another single chalked up. 180 for 1.
Just wonder if you might not be thinking about rotating those bowlers as much as possible, not allowing the South African batsman to settle down or line somebody up. But Barry, just think about it, a boundary and over. You've then got 5. You've got to back yourself to at least get those extra 4 or 5 runs off at run a ball. And that should be a doddle, really.
I think the Aussies are missing a little trick here by Gilchrist standing back. It's giving Smith the opportunity to run down the wicket, and he loves doing that. I'm sure he'll do it in this over again. He'll be searching for that short boundary.
Oh, that's brilliant work in the covers. That's what it's about. They've got to ensure that they, not too sure how they're going to do it, stop as many boundaries as possible. What are his options? Yeah, he's tried Clark, and Simon's bowling slow spin sort of stuff, a mixture of a bit of pace and perhaps looking to turn 1 or 2, and that hasn't really worked. We saw South Africa bowl with a change of pace. That disappeared. I wonder if they might not be thinking about just deciding for a period. Let's go with a lot of death bowling, get it full and straight. And hopefully that can bring a wicket or 2 for them.
Well, there's only been 3 overs here where there hasn't been a boundary, and that'll give you some indication. We're into the 22nd. Has this put the Aussies on the back foot or what? Amazing.
Graham Smith now on strike, 89 of 53 balls. That was the sort of rate Ponting was going at.
Down the track, do you reckon?
Extra cover. Have some good fielding is what Australia need. 1 or 2 direct hits. And Simons goes sprawling across the square.
Can it be? That's what the crowd are asking. They're all getting right into it now. There's a chance, they feel. And after shots like that, there certainly will be another one out the park. I don't know what the record number of sixes is in a one-day game, but this will be pretty close.
And this will go down as one of the best.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Just kept the face going through the hitting area. Nicely controlled. It's on. It's really on.
And Graham did make the point at the toss that it's a tough ground to defend on. I'm sure he's tough for Australia right now.
Now is that the turning point? Look at the delight on Michael Clarke's face, and more importantly, Michael Hussey's. He really thinks that might be a big wicket, and it certainly might be. Just not getting onto it, Graham Smith, and he's gone. Unlucky.
I think this was what that debate was about. Clarke going around the wicket, asking Smith to come and fetch it outside of stump. Smith favours the leg side. This time, though, not quite getting all of it, dragging it straight to that man. Well, the captain hasn't stood back. Not the greatest day in the field, but superb with the bat. South Africa 190 for 2.
Graham Smith, magnificent knock, and he's replaced by another stroke maker with the freedom to do it. There's no holding back. No holding back. Graham Smith, magnificent knock. 90 off 55. AB de Villiers out there with a real license to play his shots, and if he gets going, we're in for some more entertainment. We've had royal entertainment today. First Ricky Ponting, well, I should say first probably Adam Gilchrist, then Ricky Ponting, Andrew Simons and Michael Hussey, and then Graham Smith, and this was the end of him. Just that was the 55th delivery that he'd faced. He had 90 on the board, and he and Gibbs have given South Africa a real chance.
How's that response? Australia sensing how desperately they needed that. Well done, Graham Smith. And now AB de Villiers. Well, he's spoken about having the freedom to play his natural game. And what a great opportunity he had today. And what's in his favour is that it's the sort of pitch where everyone that's coming today has been able to get going pretty quickly.
Nearly 28 overs left. And we've got some big hitters to come. Here we go. In the air and out the park. What a response after a wicket. They crossed, so Gibbs facing, he goes to 90. Looking at the toe of his bat, that's how good the bats are today. Michael Clarke, wry smile.
I'll keep talking about those sixes, Barry Richards. That's 19 now.
I might be inclined to switch Clarke to the other side, make him hit to the long boundary if he's going to bowl over the wicket. Get the seamer on this end.
Yeah, he's got two right-handers in now as well. Even more reason why he should perhaps look to bowl from the other end. Is it going to be Herschel Gibbs' day? Look at that smile, as to say, off the toe.
Off immediately. That's always a nice feeling.
Well, the other thing about de Villiers, he's quick between the wickets. So that's what you really need as well. Not only some big hitting, but you need to shift quickly now. I just wonder, though, if Gibbs has got any legs left.
And he's down the track, but a bit of a mistimed and just a single. There's a bit said there.
There he's looking as if he was eyeing the straight boundary. The wicket for Clark, but the over's gone for 10. And they're warming to this batting performance by South Africa today. The 200 up.
Leg pass. Whoopsie daisy, was not paying attention, thinking that Gilchrist was going to go the other end, and nearly paid the penalty.
Well, South Africa can't afford this. Attention to detail, just ensuring that he runs that first one hard. Probably suspecting that Gilchrist was going to throw at the danger end where Gibbs is going to now. And chose the other option, just well spotted there. Seeing de Villiers hadn't run that first one hard. Okay. Power play is in operation. What does Gibbs do here? Does he take it on? Well, I must compliment you as well, Barry. That was very, very well spotted. A smart bit of captaincy here, isn't it? Gibbs realizes, if I get out as well, where does that leave the team?
And it's amazing how much more freedom you could play with when you've got that 100. It's almost like a milestone, and you know there's so much stats involved in the game these days. It's almost frightening, but players play for it, and I think Ricky Ponting has spotted that. Not a bad move. He might be able to sneak an extra over. In the context of this game, it might be important.
Well, what it might do as well is that A.B. de Villiers, seeing all the fielders up. Now we know he gets a bit excited, almost premeditates at times. We've seen that throughout the one-day series and his one-day career, in fact. It might just lead to a bit of a roll here. Australia get on a roll, get de Villiers out. Who knows? The new batsman's in. He suddenly loses his way, and they're right back in it. So the temptation's there.
That's very close, given not out. Bowler's not happy.
Well, just the way that he played it, and where Clark delivers from, when it struck the pad, you thought immediately, this has got to be a good shot. I'll leave it to Hawkeye.
I reckon it'll tell you it's hitting just the outside of leg, but that's a very close call. There he goes. The power play got him up. I'm going to go over the top. Enough of this, he says.
Well, Herschel Gibbs isn't going to change his game. He may be near a milestone. I have to agree with him. And this is the way to go. If the opportunity presents itself, you can't let that stand in the way of what the team needs. Brilliant shot. It's on. And he's done it so well today already. 97 now to Gibbs. And if he does go to 100, this crowd will erupt.
About one ball from now, maybe two. There it is. Just one, 16 ODI hundreds for Herschel Gibbs, but his job's not over yet.
It's far from over, but for now they're going to celebrate with him. A superb innings when it's needed most by his side. He's come to the party. Look at that, 79 balls, a brilliant strike rate. And isn't it good to see Herschel Gibbs in form? We've seen some remarkable cricket aside going to 400. Will we see a man go to 200?
Nothing's impossible after shots like that.
Well, Tony Greig and I joked about Australia going to 400, saying, nah, we know how this game works, it won't happen. 434, whoever would have said that would have happened.
Pinching the single. Well, I gave a little talk at lunchtime to one of the little corporate boxes. A friend of mine was up there, the people at Douglas Green, and I said no chance. And that's the four that brought up the 100. And I said absolutely no chance. 400, you've got to be kidding. I might have to eat my words.
There we go, Gibbs again. He's fancying the straight boundary. He's fancying these Australian bowlers at that sort of pace. If they're going to pitch it up, he's going over the top.
Wrong length. Right result for South Africa. The crowd are really getting into it now. They sense that there's something special is happening here, not just from an innings point of view, but maybe from a total point of view. He's going at everything, Herschel. He's got to be a little careful here. He doesn't want to get too carried away. Now he's got his 100. Temptation is to play shots because it just relieves the pressure in your own mind, and you're looking to go at everything. He's got to be just a little careful not to get out.
Well, this is when he's probably needed a senior partner here. In the right time for Graeme Smith perhaps to be in, just to have a word with him right now.
There he goes again. More runs. Stand and deliver. That's a home run over third base.
Brilliant strike from Herschel Gibbs. That's not all that short off the front foot. He's eyeing out that area. And that good bat coming to good use right now.
Like that. More runs. Gilchrist has got to stand up to the stumps. He will not do it, and his bowlers have paid the penalty. He's got to get up because they're using their feet to get out there. They're creating a different length. They've got to pull them back. Look where Herschel Gibbs is. He's right out of his crease. Don't know what they're doing. They're not thinking clearly, the Aussies. And you can understand why. There's pressure from the South African batsman.
The crowd's not happy. It's again Ponting having a chat to Lewis. Okay, now he's got the sweeper back. He can only have 2 out of the ring. Well, that makes sense if he gets it like that, every ball. Full and outside or stump. Perhaps part of the thinking would be that we've got to somehow ensure if the boundaries are going to be scored, make sure it's one side of the wicket. And now it changes for de Villiers, though.
I've got to be honest, though. I think there's been some poor bowling under pressure here. Too many length balls, not sure where it's going. Mind you, it is a good wicket, having said all that.
Big over for South Africa, 16 from it. I'm sure Lewis will be quite happy to spend some time without the ball in his hand. 229 for 2.
Yeah, you just wonder where cricket's heading. They just love boundaries. Any good ball is not appreciated. They actually boo because it's a dot ball. So you wonder how many bowlers are going to be developed in the future. Not a good career move. That's a better place to bowl. I just don't understand how you can't get 6 there. There he goes again. He's selected his area, and that's on the offside. As much as Ricky Ponting pitched it through mid-wicket, so Herschel Gibbs puts it through cover. Boy, oh boy, have we got a game here. The crowd have gone wild.
Well, Gibbs has given himself room. He's clearing the left leg. If it's up and straight, it's going straight. A hint of width, it's going in that area through the cover region. Well, Ricky Ponting right now, I think he's virtually changing his field every ball. There's a bit of excitement in that camp right now.
Yeah, there weren't too many smiles about an hour and a half ago, and that's all changed.
Well, it's a remarkable field with Clark coming around the wicket. He's got a mid-on, deep square leg, short fine leg.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the offside and a third man, so that's 6. Good luck if you get it wrong.
Herschel Gibbs almost got it wrong there. Clark now coming over the wicket.
Here we go again. That's the arrow he said he was going for. You can't protect it up in the ring because he just goes up and over. You've got to make sure that it's in the block hole, otherwise you pay big time. And the pressures just get into them. Right on a length, clear the left leg, squirt it over the top. Even if it doesn't hit the middle, it's going to go over the top. Always square. And that's down to third man. There's 4 more. What an over this has been. Could we see something special? The highest score against Australia by Herschel Gibbs. And there's still more work to be done. Can you believe that? You'd think with a higher score that you'd win the game easily. He's going offside. And he's going offside big time. Plenty of boundaries. 16 fours, 4 sixes.
As I said a while ago that this stadium had gone from a bull ring to an abattoir. Well, I can tell you that it's back to a bull ring. Of that, there is no doubt.
Well, mate, I reckon it looks a little bit like an abattoir.
Lewis. Over the top. A man back. 1 bounce. Oh, this is close. Safe. We don't need a run out here. You've got to be a little careful of Hussey. He's got a very good arm and he's very fast.
So is Gibbs. Well,
I think that was a little closer than everyone expected it to be. In the air, and he's dropped it. He's dropped it. Oh, could he have dropped the trophy? Is it the case of this time it's the other way round?
well, full toss miss hit straight to him, as easy as you can get in these kind of games.
If you were Gibbs, you'd have to walk down and say it to him, wouldn't you?
You better believe it.
You'd have to have gone down there and said it to him. Another fumble. Well, it's starting to happen to the Australians now. 2:47 for 2. Bowlers have taken a pummeling, certainly the sort of pummeling the likes of which I've never seen. There's the catch. Gibbs, the guy who struck the ball. Bracken puts it down. Could he have dropped the Standard Bank trophy? And those of you who were watching on that dreadful day when Steve Waugh flicked one to Gibbs, the word is that Steve Waugh said to Gibbs, "You've just dropped the World Cup." Well, it's funny how things that go around come around.
Brett Lee, Ricky Ponting turning to his go-to man. Yeah, get me a wicket, please, he's saying.
Yes, he's going to try and tuck him up. He's going to keep the ball in there in that area around about middle leg. There it goes. What he must be careful of, what he must be careful of is he doesn't try to play that pull shot into the delivery that's not quite there for the pull and get himself out LBW again. So 7 off 12.
Give it a Gibbs. Get off strike.
And that's good running. De Villiers taking the initiative. Did exactly what Pat Simcox suggested. I think it's a case of both. You don't want to force Gibbs into a situation where he tries to smash absolutely everything and gets out. Well, there's absolutely no need at all for him to back off. And this is what worries me. If De Villiers doesn't keep a bit of momentum going at the other end, Gibbs will think that he's got to do it all himself.
Well, you just get the feel now maybe he's trying to be too much. And with Brett Lee back in the attack, you've got to be careful, as you say, you don't lose that momentum. Just 2 overs, that's all you need to lose. Can have an amazing effect on the game. Nobody on the boundary in the offside.
Oh, good shot, well fielded, and it's shy at the stumps over the top. Will they get overthrows? They better not, because there'll be a run out if they go for him. That was pretty close, although I think It sort of looked as if he'd have been okay. Let's see. All is well that ends well.
Yeah, they're on the edge of the circle. So if it goes left or right, that's the captain, Graham Smith, bouncing around there. Tense time, so much at stake. Nothing in it right now.
You watch this field spread after this power play. They've got to keep them in. They only allowed 2 outside the circle. And he's played and missed. So a tremendous over so far, this one. This is the sort of over that can change the direction of a match. I'm not saying it can change this match just by getting a wicket here, because there's plenty of batting still to come. But the truth of the matter is, this is the sort of thing that happens. You get a few dot balls away and the batsmen start to get desperate. Got to keep his cool, Gibbs. Gibbs has got to make a big score. Almost as if Smith wants to tell him, just calm down, mate. De Villiers on strike at the moment. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Straight down the ground. And that seriously relieves the pressure. 253 for 2.
Everyone knew the last ball had to go for a boundary to stay just on track. You watch how the hands follow the line of the ball. Dead straight. One bounce into that Standard Bank board.
Oh, good shot. Very good shot. He gave him a bit of room there. Take that. Gibbs has blasted that away to the point boundary. He moves to 136 off 95 balls. What an innings he's playing here.
An innings of a lifetime. Yeah, a little bit of width. Not much you can do, though, when a man's in this kind of form.
No, and he didn't move backwards. He's got to stay on that leg stump. He doesn't have to run away. There he goes. Hits the way on the onside. Will it beat the field? Yes, it has. That's 4 as well. Martin diving away. Didn't quite get there. Oh, boy. When you start to see the fast bowlers jabbering away, then you know things are starting to change.
Well, it looked like a Sydney Harbour Bridge there, the way he dived over that. I've got to tell you, Tony, that's where you live. Look at that. Oh, what's going on?
The Sydney Harbour Bridge. Oh, boy.
Spanning the ball.
Well, there's the man responsible, Damien Martin. Lewis, again. That's well bowled, right up in the block hole. Nothing much you can do about that one. Oh, trying to take that one from way outside off stump. Doesn't have to do it. 174 runs needed, 128 deliveries to go. Gibbs on strike on 140. Oh, he's hit that one beautifully. One bounce, I think, for 4. Superb shot. Over cover. That's exactly what he's got to do. Stay put on leg stump or middle of the leg. If it's out there, pick his gap. Hit it over the head of the infielder.
Well, with fine leg up in the circle, the bowler cannot go too straight. So you more or less know he's going to go off stump just outside.
And again, oh, that's gone. That's gone. That's gone way, way up. A huge 6. Well, who would believe what is happening here? The most sixes in a match is 21. And they've now got to 21.
And Gibbs has gone to 150. What a stroke. Fetch that.
Yep. Right at the moment, it's definitely kangaroo curry.
With a little bit of salt on.
Worked away on the onside. Sensible cricket there from De Villiers, giving the strike back to Gibbs. Now, I just hope they had a little bit of a chat. He doesn't have to do anything silly here. As you say, it's down to 7.8 and over now. He's got to stay there. Ponting's expression has changed a bit.
When Herschel Gibbs gets in the hitting mode, he can't stop himself. It's all go. Get it up there. I'm going to have a go at it.
Down the ground, one bounce to the fieldsman at long on, and they'll get a single. Yes, it can't be long now before there's going to be a drinks break, and I've got to tell you that it'll probably be a good thing. The batsman can just settle down a little bit, have a bit of a team talk. De Villiers starting to find the middle of the bat.
That drop catch. Could it be a famous drop catch? One.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, when luck's on your side, ride it.
Some would say fortune favours the brave, Tony.
Yeah, well, that's definitely the case with that shot. Oh, and like a rocket back at the bowler. Oh boy, what a shot. Perhaps it wasn't the message. That's an unbelievable shot.
What can you say? This is value for money like you can't believe. If you've chosen to stay at home and watch this in the box, mate, look at that.
Well, it's Bracken again round the wicket. Full toss, and that one's played all the way along the ground.
Well, Tony, the way I'm working this out, I'm thinking 20 overs to get 150. If you're playing a 20-over match, Pro 20, 8 wickets in hand, you didn't think you'd get it. This is that last 4. Flat wicket, 115, 20 overs.
That's why, you know, I said from this point you'd be disappointed to lose it. They don't want to lose Gibbs, though. A new batsman comes in here, and look, there'd be no real excuse because there are batsmen of incredible experience, but it's amazing how when you lose a wicket, things do change. Well, it's quite wide. He's got away with it.
Yeah, well, no problem. We need a dot every now and again.
He doesn't want to do that again. If he does, they'll call the next one. Oh, he's hit that. It's in the air. This is going to be caught. Will it be caught? Yes, he's gone. That's the end of De Villiers going for the big one. I think it's the right bloke to be going for them. De Villiers going for the big one at mid-on. And again, nicely taken on the boundary. Never easy when the rope is nearby.
No, not at all. He just didn't get hold of it, went too high. And did well, steadied himself, and then just had a look to see he was inside the clock. It's good. But Nathan Bracken gets a wicket. So De Villiers goes for 14, 284 for 3.
Jacques Kallis is striding out to the centre. And so Kallis, a man of immense experience, don't know exactly what's required. Here's the dismissal again.
Said it was a good catch. Australians probably felt that just in time they've got a wicket, some reprieve. But Jacques Kallis walking to the wicket after that catch. We've got some work to do. And Gibbs and Kallis have been playing cricket all their life together.
Wants another one. Callis should be coming back. Yes, he does. Just pertinent to point out that there has never been a match where more runs have been scored at this stage even. The highest prior to this was 693 runs, 15 wickets. And we've already gone past, well, what is it now? 720. Simons to him. This is, I think that's what he's going to do. But he mustn't put too much pressure on Gibbs. He might take the singles, but he's got to be saying to him, don't do anything stupid, just hit fours. Keep it on the ground now. I reckon Gibbs can do this without hitting the ball in the air.
The thing is, though, Tony, I don't think Herschel Gibbs will change his game. I think he's in that mode. I think he'll carry on playing. It's a question of how quickly can Callis get in. That if Gibbs did get out, and let's face it, he's going to be tiring. He's going to be tired. He's tiring all the while.
That's in the air, and there's a fieldsman down there, but it's gone all the way. Well, there's no doubt that what you're saying is the way he's going to play it. I'm still not sure that it's the right way to go, though. Well, that six makes it the most sixes in any one-day international ever. Right, Simons to him again, and again. Oh, that's a bigger six. That was a rank full toss. It's a question of help yourself at the moment.
Yeah, the buffet ball. This has got out of hand now for Ricky Ponting. You look around the ground, but that shot, well, I reckon a couple of tailenders could hit that.
In the air, and that's it. Well, I'm afraid to say that section of the party has come to an end. He's hit 2 sixes. He did what you thought he would do. He did. I really think that he should have hung in there a little bit. However, that doesn't detract from one of the great innings of all time. He's wandering off this ground, having been caught by Lee off the bowling of Simons for 175. That was a superb performance.
Well played, Hershey. As good as innings as anyone has seen here. He goes for 175. And 299 for 4 now into that famous tunnel.
Well, he's done his bit, that's for sure. And it's well played all round.
Come a long way as Herschel Gibbs. This is just a couple of years ago. Came back, faced adversity, and he's pulled off a magnificent innings here today. And now Mark Boucher, the wicketkeeper, been in good form. 136 to win from 18.1. Well.
Oh, and that one spun back in, and the question's asked, but no nick. That is the end of the over. 299 for 4. Right, so a little team talk there between 2 new batsmen, and that's the issue now. Can they keep up what is required? Callis is on 1. Boucher hasn't scored yet. The required run rate is 7.56. The Aussies are starting to wobble a little bit. Some lovely shots from Gibbs, and then this one. That was the one at mid-off, and you can see the reaction there. He didn't want it to happen, did he? Mike Hazeman's moved into position, and with him is Barry Richards.
Thanks, Tony.
Work hard.
Good work from Ricky Ponting at mid-wicket.
What did Sean Pollock say to him? The drinks break.
733 runs. In fact, 734 runs now have been scored as South Africa bring up their 300. And just 8 wickets are falling. I'm stunned by what we've seen today, Barry.
It's like the subcontinent. It really is.
135 from 106 balls with 6 wickets in hand.
Go, sir.
Coming back for the second. Ricky Ponting won't want to bowl. Simons again, he's gone for 10. Lewis has also gone for 10. Clark has gone for 10. Michael Clark, that is, per over. And someone's going to get punished here, big time. Towards the end, providing there's quality players at the crease. Boucher and Callis are quality players. Major blow losing Gibbs, of course, soon after losing A.B. de Villiers. Sliding leg side. A little bit quicker that time from Clark. 90 k's per hour. Crowd are certainly giving the Australians a little bit of a raspberry today when they appeal for anything.
Tell you what, that's not far away. It's turned back a bit. It's just a little bit far forward.
Bowling, Puppy.
That's a good over. Only 4 runs coming from it. 303 for 4. Still got to go at 8 runs and over, South Africa. It's good running, good working.
They're missing a trick again. They've got everybody back on the boundary, and of course Callis has just come in. He's not that kind of player. You've got to come in off the boundary a little bit.
Squeezed away.
He squeezed it away. Sorry, Michael. We're all getting excited in the box here. We just can't get enough of these boundaries. Every time we look up, the ball's disappearing. And that's not what Ricky Ponting wants to see. Jacques Kallis underway.
6 balls he's faced. He's got 10 runs. So important when he came to the crease, he got going straight away. He's done that. He had no choice today. Batting at number 5. Unusual position for Kallis. Just looking to open the blade and run it very fine indeed. No connection. But they've got 6 runs off half and over. Full toss, work down the ground. It'll just be 1 though. Interesting to see how these roles are played by these 2 batsmen, Kallis and Boucher. What's your call on that, Barry?
Well, Clark and Simons have got through 10, and that's how I think how Ponting manages the bowlers from here on in.
He's going to be enormously worried about the 3 extra that Mick Lewis has got to bowl. 7 overs, none for 72 at this stage. We're in with 4 seamers and 2 spinners. It'll be a leg by. In fact, there must have been some connection with the willow. So 8 off the over, 311 for 4.
Did he get a little edge on it? The umpire said he did. Yes, he did.
Clark again. That's the plan. Squeeze a couple more out with the spinners. Try and absorb the 3 that Mick Lewis has still got up his sleeve.
I just think the backup bowling has really been a struggle throughout this series for both teams. Really travelled. And more so than this particular game.
That was the committee meeting, the change of overs. What a series it's been, Barry. Unbelievable series. And here we are. This could go either way. Lee's got 4. Bracken still got 5. He's picked up a couple of sticks as well. Stuart Clark's got 4 as well. Lewis, I think we've seen the end of him. And also maybe 1 or 2 more from the spinners. Every run is being cheered by this capacity crowd of 32,000 people at Liberty Life Wanderers. What an atmosphere.
So how are we going to manage that then? Clark 4, Lee 4, Bracken 5. So that's 13.
You know, they need to leave themselves. Well, there's the big raspberry from the crowd. Leave themselves around about 90 runs, I reckon, with 10 overs to go.
And he saw him move, so he didn't let it go. Boucher was giving himself room.
And that means some 30-odd runs off the next 5 overs. That's all.
Work catch.
I'm astounded by this. We used to rave about 600 runs in a one-day game. That's a good over. 4 runs coming from it. 35 gone, 15 remaining, 315 for 4. Highest number of runs scored in a one-day game before this game, because it already has been eclipsed, was 693. The loss of 15 wickets. And that single makes it 750 today.
Changes everything for future predicting. How do you do it? Taking the pace right off is Andrew Symonds, and that's probably a good ploy because they've only just come to the crease. 16 minutes for Callis, 11 minutes for Boucher.
Well, it's 117 runs. Coming back for the second. Good running from Boucher. 116 runs from 86 balls with 6 wickets in hand. It's not a tough equation.
Yeah, it should be easy. Should be. And also the wicket. Beauty.
Oh, goodness me. That was almost a remarkable catch from Ponting. Certainly lots of air from Symonds. Under 75 k's per hour. Big dive from the skipper. Couldn't quite snaffle it.
To hand. There it is. Hung there. Great effort. It really is. Those either stick or they don't.
Just be one. So that's fairly tidy as well from Andrew Symonds. 13 overs and 5 balls remaining. Now what Australia scored in the last 15 overs when they were batting was 181. South Africa have always been ahead of Australia. At the same stage, Australia were 258 for 2. South Africa are 322 for 4. That's how well they've managed this chase. They scored 73, Australia, in their last 5.
.9. That's been the run rate all the way through. It's just hard to believe. I always reckon the sides have got 8.9. At any time they're not going to win, let alone from the very beginning.
I mean, think about it, Barry. You've won the toss. You've batted first. You've wanted to get a big total and put the opposition under pressure. You've scored 434. And you look like losing the game.
Yeah, I think there'll be an inquiry afterwards. If they do, there'll be a real inquiry. I think you just got to look at world bowling. Where is it? Take away Murali, take away Warren, take away Pollock. McGrath's out of action. What is there?
Some pretty good batting. That's what we've seen today. 4 runs off that over. That's 2 good overs for Michael Clarke. 325 for 4. 110 from 78 balls. 13 overs remaining. He's been going at 9.29 per over. Andrew Symonds. Clarke has just pegged things back a little bit. He's now going at 7 overall. A couple of good overs the last 2. This partnership, 27 off 32 deliveries. The required rate, 8.5.
Good boy, Safi.
Just the one. We'll just need a couple of overs, Australia, here, just to keep going with what they've been going for the moment. Just going at like fives and fours if Clark continues to bowl well, which will just get the change room a little bit toey.
Catch. Yeah!
Great catch. Brilliant catch. Andrew Symonds is an outstanding fielder. Effortless in taking that return catch. The end of Callis.
Yeah, very good catch. He was ready for it because he's throwing the ball up. He knows there's every chance the batsman won't be able to get right to the pitch of it. A lot slower. Jacques Kallis looking to go over the top. And Andrew Symonds has snaffled it. And that brings it back to an even keel. Jacques Kallis, the #1 batsman in the world. He's gone. 3:27 for 5. The game's on.
Big round of applause now for Justin Kemp. He has a reputation, Kemp. This is just about the time he likes to come out and bat and likes to hit the ball straight, high and long. Well, I guess he's going to need to do some of that. 108 to win from 74 balls. South Africa now 327 for 5. Look at the dismissal of Jacques Kallis. 2 hands. That was the key, Barry. Disappointment from Jacques Kallis. He went for 20 off 21 deliveries. A little bit of turn. Kemp likes the ball coming onto the bat. He'd rather the seam is in operation at the moment rather than the spinners.
One more ball, lads.
Might be inclined to go one more with Andrew Symonds now.
In.
And just one off the last ball. In fact, Boucher wants to come back for the second. Kemp's got long legs and safely home. So that's good running. Let's turn that into 5 runs from the over.
Good running. Very good running. He sensed it from the very beginning, did Mark Boucher.
Right, we've got to watch that information bar at the bottom. 5 wickets in hand now. 105 to win from 72 balls. Need to go at 8.75. Clark. This will be 2. Good placement from Kemp.
They need to prevent the 2s. Martin now is wide awake, but he's given away a run.
Yeah, Barry, and they've got 3 runs off the first 2 balls. It's another single. I see it long off. He's been very precise with his field placings today, Ricky Ponting. Spending a lot of time chatting to the bowlers.
No, I'm not sure he's got them always right. Probably more let down by his bowlers. It's certainly gone away. Tension all around. Who will hold their nerve?
Okay, it's under 3 figures now. 99 to win from 67 balls. 5 wickets in hand. 6 off this over. 1 ball remaining.
From catching a lot of the deliveries. 28 sixes. 337 for 5.
Difficult thing also for Ponting is that he's only got 4 men inside the circle. 1's all over the place.
Yeah, there's plenty of 1s, and I think that's a bad ploy from Ricky Ponting, because then you just need the odd boundary to keep you interested. He's working on the theory that taking the pace off the ball is harder to hit the boundaries, but it's easier to pick up 6 runs and over. And then if you've got wickets in hand for the last 5, boundaries become a lot easier.
But what do you do, Barry? Do you bring the seamers back in? Maybe a Nathan Bracken who bowls beautifully at this time?
Yeah, the little cutters for me.
2 more. It's intelligent cricket from these 2 men in the middle at the moment.
Just too slow from Andrew Symonds. Part-time bowler. You can see here plenty of time for Justin Kemp.
Symonds has gone up in a big way. Umpire Brian Jerling hasn't. Well, I'm not sure he can, actually.
Where did this hit him? Yeah, a little high, that's what I thought.
Good work, good. Shot straight.
The crowd are getting agitated. And
On
that'll
wicket now.
flow on to the players in a minute.
4 off the over.
Oh, yes, boy.
+1 makes 5. It's good stuff from Andrew Symonds. It's been interesting to see what Ponting does at the completion of the 40th over now. 342 for 5.
Good, Marno.
Dot ball.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be the skipper who's got 434 to get the record and then lose. That's just not one record that you do want. And now Gilchrist is up to the wicket. I think that's way too late. Way too late. Noble, Gibbs and Smith early on to really bat out of their crease and get down the wicket.
It's Bracken around the wicket with the cutters. Just 1. 79 fours have been hit in this match today, and that equals the most fours in a game in Peshawar, Pakistan versus India, 2005-2006 season.
And 10 overs to go.
Why, you don't think there'll be a boundary in the next 10 overs?
Absolutely, I'm sure they will. Soon, maybe this ball.
Nice, Brax.
It's a dot ball. Okay, 3 balls into this over, the 41st, and just 1 from it so far.
Where's your money on? Come on. Don't shake your head. Come on.
Right, 3 balls remaining. I don't know, Barry. I've got no idea.
Ball, mate. Great
Nor to
ball.
32,000 other people, I can tell you. They're all sitting on the edge of our seats. I think in the last game we saw all their hands in the head and lots of anxious moments, and it's getting to that stage. They were buzzing about an hour ago when Herschel was smashing it to all parts. It's evened up a little now, and Lee to come.
It's good length. It's very good bowling.
Excellent. You wonder why, when the pressure really got to them early on with these bowlers, they couldn't get it there for Smith and Gibbs. They were just prepared to go deep in the crease, charge the bowling. Now that they're bowling at the death, they're starting to think like death bowlers, getting it in the block hole. 6 out of 6 there. There's nowhere you can go as a batsman.
2 off the over so far. 1 ball left. Inside edge, and that's where it stays. My goodness, that is a great over from Nathan Bracken. 41 gone, 344 for 5.
Well, I can tell you that it's now 46 balls since a boundary was hit, and that I think is quite significant. So the boundaries have dried up, which means that the run rate has blown out. They need now over 10 runs and over. In the normal course of events, with 5 wickets down, 10 overs to go, you'd start to seriously worry if you needed 10 runs and over. But this has been such an incredible match that I suspect that the South Africans are still just favourites. You agree?
I agree with you, Tony. My only concern, though, is 5 down. They lose the wicket here. You've then got Andrew Hall, who's a very capable batsman. I don't know what sort of boundary hitter he really is. Jan van der Walt is. He can make this ball disappear very fast. And it's still a Marcus Ntini. It's in the balance.
Right, it was Brett Lee. And it's these sorts of, well, that sort of shot that's not going to the boundary now. And as each one of those produces only 1 run, so the pressure builds on both Boucher and Kemp. Now, Kemp is the guy that over the years has been capable of doing almost anything with a bat. So if he fires here, if he plays a little cameo, he'll finish it quite fast. All right, here we go again. Second ball of the over. Oh, that's well played, and it's well fielded too. That's another single. That's in the air. It's going to clear Midon. It's going to be safe. Bouncing down towards the boundary. It could so easily have gone straight up. Thinking about the third. Brett Lee's over the stumps. There's plenty of backing up as well. They ended up getting two. Well, that was up there for quite a long time, but no one at mid-on.
Mark Boucher's eyeing out that gap. Mid-on or straight, he's going to do it for him. What a sudden change it also has been. Gibbs couldn't really miss. When he swung, it was out the middle to the boundary. And both these players now, maybe Australia sensing they're back in it. Maybe raise themselves, raise their energy levels, their intensity. A few wickets have helped. And they're starting to get it more right than the South Africans right now.
Straight to the fieldsman. Oh, and shy at the stumps down the non-strikers end. Simons a little lucky there. A deflection off the stumps would have ended up with the ball deflecting down towards the boundary.
The pressure's mounting. The big hits not quite getting to the boundary. When they do get it right, Boucher and Kemp, it's going to the fielder. This crowd's getting restless.
It's in the air, and it's going to go to the boundary for four. They needed that desperately. It's been a while. That makes it the most fours in a match now. The records are tumbling all over the place. 84s in this match. And the South Africans desperately needed it. The boundaries have dried up.
That's why it's so difficult to make a prediction right now. Everything's been bettered. Fantastic stuff. That'll settle Boucher a bit. I think 1 and over is not enough. He's got to have another look.
There's a man down there, just a single. A no ball called there. Umpires are going to be very close, so very watchful here. He's got an interesting way of doing things. He's got a line drawn in front of the popping crease. And that was called, so just slightly over the line. Brett Lee's up there all the time. Stress written all over his face too. This is not easy for anybody. That's covered, square leg, just a single to Kemp.
That ends Lee's over. 10 of 4 from it for South Africa. So 80 to win now of 48 balls. This was early in Lee's over. I think that's a no ball. That wasn't called by Brian Jerlin. He was at that stage having a good look at the line, and eventually the 4th ball was called. You need those sort of things to go for you if you're South African batsman right now. Sadly though, hasn't been the case. And have we seen a worm like that? I doubt it.
Yes, well, they're in front, there's no doubt. By comparison, however, they still need 80 or 48 balls. Bracken continuing. In the air, out. Got him, big wicket. Kemp has chopped it straight to backward point. A slowish, really cutter come spinner from the left-handed Bracken, and he's got his man. The real danger at this stage, there'd certainly be some that would say was Kemp, but it's not going to be. This is the wicket again.
Yeah, this is good bowling from Bracken. Kemp eyeing out that extra cover region, and in the end only spooning it. The lack of pace being his undoing. And that was well taken as well by Damian Martin at backward point. 3:55 now for 6.
So a disappointed Justin Kemp leaving the ground. Fanavat looks like the next batsman. to win off 47 deliveries. And this is going to test the character of a few of the lower orders. Perhaps they could get a bit of their own back, bowlers. So Vanavada's the new batsman, an average of 15. We know he can hit it. And they'll be hoping that Boucher does most of this, because this is the wicket again. Justin Kemp caught it backward point. I've got to say that there'll be a lot of people watching here in South Africa, and plenty in this ground to be saying, oh, for a Sean Pollock in this situation.
You'd still be back in South Africa in a big way if that was the case. But look, this bloke Van der Walt, I can tell you from experience, domestic level though, he is a very good striker of the ball. Very calm sort of player too. He won't be too ruffled by the situation.
Because if Ponting's just had something done to his finger.
Oh, yes, good work, mate.
Comes in and does the fielding.
But hats off to Bracken here as well. What a tidy little spell it has been these last couple of overs. He's now got 3 for 36 from 6.2. Dropped Gibbs earlier on. He's come back strongly. And as those balls decrease and no boundaries are coming, you have to say it's swinging in Australia's favour.
Good work, Brack.
In the air, oops, and just short there of Ponting. I think it was in the air. I don't think it was a bump ball. Perhaps he did thump it into the ground. Yeah, it was a full toss here. He smashed it into the ground. Very, very hard surface. Beautiful batting conditions. Bowlers want to stay away from this place. Required run rate over 10 and over. Bracken.
Oh, down, Nada, down.
Always palmed it away. They've got to come back for the second. Every single run is vital.
You can't afford this really. Martin getting hand to that. He's given away another run. I get the feeling that he is a bit slow in the outfield these days, Damien Martin. And Van der Walt though still keeps strike. 2 balls remaining. South Africa need a boundary.
In. Good work, Simo.
It's just amazing
One wicket now, come on.
the way this game has fluctuated. The Australians came out and batted brilliantly. They were a bit lucky early on, played and missed a little bit, but once they got through that, they were away and broke every record in the book with their total. The South Africans came and everyone thought, well, you know, this won't take too long. They'll have to have a go and they'll probably get out. Down the ground to mid-off. Well,
Good work, Brack.
they haven't got out, and we've now got down to crunch time. 3:58 for 6.
That rate now required 11 as the balls become even more less. So that rate jumps even more quicker. After 43 overs, Australia, and they had a very, very good period. Just about now, they were 334 for 2. South Africa, 358 for 6. The Warriors, they're 6 down. That is the concern for South Africa. 6 down. They haven't really got too many more wickets to play with. The bowling figures, well, they've been a mess on both sides. It's been tough work. But here and there, someone has come up with a good little spell in partnership with the other guy at the other end. And Bracken, the last couple, has been very, very good.
The umpires are getting together. While they're doing that, I might just have a little chat here with Daryl Cullinan. Now, this word choking has been thrown around randomly, hasn't it? We've got down to a situation now. We're going to find out, aren't we? They've accused South Africa, the Australians, on various occasions, and I think there's been a bit go back the other way as well. Whoever it is that bombs out here, he's going to have to cop it.
I'm afraid they are going to, Tony. 5 overs ago, maybe 8 overs ago, I would have been ready to have given it to the Aussies. They're right back in it now.
Right, well, a little bit of inexperience here. Lewis has got the ball. Oh, mind you, a good delivery first up, right up in the block hole. 77 to get, or 41 deliveries.
Just amazing when you sniff perhaps you're in it or you've got a chance to win it. When you got ball in hand, you're just running a lot better and you're more focused and clearer about what you have to do. It wasn't the case for Lewis his previous spell. He was disappearing. Man, did he disappear. Look, South Africa hanging in there. They ought to lose this game.
Straight down the ground. That's going for 6. That's gone. Yes, that's gone for 6. That relieves the pressure a little bit and doubles the pressure on the bowler.
Well, I was just going to say, South Africa ought to win it. You can't accuse them of choking. It's been a brilliant performance from them. They were so superb up front. Now, I'm going to say, another 3 or 4 overs from Van der Walt. And then you're going to point serious fingers at this Australian attack.
Well, this is the highest score ever by South Africa, by the way. That's a good delivery. So he's bowled 2 right up in the block hole and 1 allowing Van der Walt to get underneath him, and he's taken him for 6. They've just got to score around about 10 and over. And I've got a feeling we could get down to the wire here. This might be one of those last over jobs again.
Well, that was my call earlier on. I think it's going to go on the last ball, 6 to win. We saw it in Durban. Why not today?
Well, this bloke Lewis is their man. Perhaps they better keep him back. That's straight. They should be thinking about 2 here. Touchdown and come back.
Yeah, and that's the other beauty about batting at this ground. There's so many 2s on offer. If the fielder hasn't got ball in hand, he can literally be at his feet. You can take him on. Okay, Lewis, you feel he's not comfortable with getting it up there. The sort of pace is slightly wrong. You can go.
Oh, he's hit that one, and there's a fumble. That might have been a chance of a run out. He doesn't often fumble. Andrew Simons. Perhaps he was looking up and letting his throw go before he got the ball in his hands.
Well, is Andrew Simons feeling the pressure? That would have been a great opportunity to have a shot at the stumps. Even the best feel it.
Oh, he's hit that one magnificently. What a shot. It's gone all the way for 6. That is an outstanding shot. 16 off the over. Unbelievable. 374 for 6. Well, he's a good striker. You heard that from Daryl Cullinan, and there's an example of it. That went whistling over the top of cover. Beautiful shot. Up go the arms of the umpire, so 61 of 36. Everyone on the edge of their seats here. That's the little equation you want to keep an eye on down at the bottom there. Boucher, can he do this for South Africa? He's got that away towards mid-wicket, just a single.
Well, I think this little period, yeah, Bracken, if he keeps Van der Walt down at that end and stops him from scoring, may just been with a chance of getting him out. Van der Walt tends to swing cow corner against the slow bowlers, and if Bracken gets that length right, he's even a good chance that this man might just miss it.
He was in the air, desperately trying to get a fingertip on that one at mid-wicket. There it goes, and all the way to the boundary.
Straight in the slot for Van der Walt. wasn't quite the slow ball. This is what he's going to enjoy here. Bring it on, Bracken. Just bring on the pace. Don't take the pace off it. It gives him the freedom to really swing through it. 56 required now of 34 balls. And suddenly, this crowd's alive again. They're on their feet.
Straight down the ground. What a shot. All the way into the crowd. An unbelievable straight six. Well, I think the Aussies thought just for a little while there that certainly with Bracken they've got him nailed. But the man in your picture now, Fanavat, has come out, and you don't get better straight hits than that one.
Brilliant shot.
Full toss, whipped away. That area's covered. They'll think about two, but change their mind. Stay there for a single. 40, is it 49 to get now of 32 deliveries? That gap is closing up. This has moved back in the favour of South Africa now. Of that there is no doubt. South Africa have become favourites. They're going to have to get another wicket here, the Aussies. Gilchrist at the stumps. Well, they'll get two.
It's turning out to be a great over here for South Africa. 14 from it already. Bracken has one more delivery remaining. Question here for punting is, does he bring Lee back into the tank? Lewis hasn't been the answer. His other option, like Sir Simons, he's got one left.
He probably wishes he could bring in McGrath or Warren. Well bowled right up in the block hole. That's the one that's very difficult to get away. They needed a dot ball there, the Aussies. 388 for 6.
Bracken just deciding that the best option right now is to go full and straight. So there's a long discussion now between Fanavat and Boucher. Comparatively speaking, Australia were 362, South Africa 388, so comfortably ahead. The question is, can they keep the wickets intact? They need two of these, at least one to be at the crease. So 47 to win. Forget about that required rate. You think anything around about 10, one of these in at the end, that should be very comfortably achieved.
Oh boy, he's playing some good shots. It's picked up on the boundary though, back for 2. But just looking at the scoreboard now, it seems to me that in these conditions the South Africans are starting to get themselves into a really good winning position here. 45 to get off 29 balls. So that gap has really closed up. And the guy that's really doing the damage is Fanavat, this man.
Well, interestingly, punting has continued with Lewis. So he doesn't feel he needs to bring in potentially his best strike bowler in Lee yet. So South Africa comfortably now 388 versus the 362 from Australia. But a wicket here suddenly to Australia, and then who knows what could happen.
Yes, that could change it. There's no doubt about that. Boucher's on strike. Lewis to him. Squeezes it out. Fanavat down on one knee. Decides to untie and then tie up a lace, I think. Just have a bit of a breather. Just think about it a little bit. Look at the stress written all over the face of one of Australia's new youngsters, Lewis. It's in the eyes. Right. As a glance towards mid-wicket. Right up in the block hole. They'll get a single. That's well bowled, actually. You keep getting the ball in the block hole and they don't hit 4s, you build more and more pressure.
Can he continue with that? And that's the challenge facing Lewis right now. It's that sort of pace where anything but that, and he's going to go.
Up there again, and so once again they'll settle for a single. Van der Walt thinking about 2. No is the cry from everyone in the stadium. Well, that's what they're playing for. The Standard Bank One-Day International Series trophy. And add a nice bottle of champagne with it. That won't touch sides, I can tell you, by the winning side. Oh, good shot. Will it get to the boundary? There'll be a dive here. He's dragged it back. Well done. They'll come back for 3, though. Well, that one run could just make a difference. That's the end of the over. 397 for 6.
And sweetly timed from Johan van der Walt. There's Lewis Bowl that you thought, well, that was an excellent delivery. Beat mid-wicket, though, off the bat. Only took some good work from Kaddish on the boundary to stop a certain boundary. 38 now of 24. And another over, at least a 2 from Boucher and Van der Walt. And South Africa definitely in the driving seat.
Right, well, that old ball, they've been trying to change that for a while. And I'm just trying to think whether this ball makes any difference. The batsman will see it a little better. I suppose there's a chance it might be a little harder. I think it's probably an advantage to the batsman more than anyone else.
Yeah, I think they would be calling for it. The South African batsmen, that harder ball definitely suit them more. And it's also that tough period. It's almost like a twilight zone now as well. It can't be very easy for the guys out in the field to pick it up. The lights are on, though. There's crowds behind the South African side, so the boundary riders for Australia, they're under pressure there. Just spare a thought for them. The noise, and I'm sure they got a lot to say to them as well. You don't want to really be under it. If you're really a brave cricketer, it goes up in the air on the boundary, you may be wanting it.
Right, Bracken, new over. Into the block hole, a single. 38 of 24 at the start of the over. That single makes it 37 of 23. So 37 runs to get off 23 balls. And the way runs have been scored here, that is on. Very much on. South Africa, favourites to win at the moment. They look a little more relaxed, don't they? But they don't want to lose Boucher, or for that matter, Van der Walt. What a partnership this has been. Full toss. Same area. Will they go for the second? No is the answer to that.
It's a partnership. 43 of 24 balls, 25 balls. It's been the story of the day. What a seesaw battle. I don't know, Tony, I think Australia pick up a wicket here. I tend to favour them. If they don't get something now in the next 6 to 10 balls, you've got to go with South Africa.
Yeah, no, South Africa got this, I reckon. Oh, he's got him, he's got him. Perhaps that's not the case. A flat bat from Van der Walt has gone to Ponting, who's been off the ground getting some attention to his finger, and he's caught a little rocket. It's come at him like a bullet. He's got beautifully into position, taken the catch, and, well, that might alter it. It'll certainly put the skids under the South Africans just a little bit.
Yeah, this is a great catch. I can tell you about many fielders in this sort of situation won't want the ball anywhere near them. Not Ricky Ponting. That's a good pressure catch. And that is a fine little innings. Johan van der Walt, crowd appreciate it. 35 of 18. 399 now for 7.
Well, I don't think there's ever been a crowd that's been entertained this way. A roar goes up as Telemarcus strides onto the ground. They weren't exactly roaring when he was bowling. This place was as quiet as a mouse. But here he is now in a position to win the match for South Africa.
Chance to redeem himself. No Andrew Hall. Probably Rogers batting down in Port Elizabeth, where he hit some enormous sixes, has got him the nod right now. What a wonderful atmosphere it has been. This crowd has been treated to truly one of the great one-day international matches ever witnessed. Probably one of the best in South Africa ever.
Telemarcus gets one leg, and Bracken, having got the wicket, is going to bowl his 4th delivery of the over. In the air, oh, just over Ponting's head. Very nearly 2 in the row for Ponting. In goes the throw down the far end, and they back for 2. 400. Listen to the roar. Unbelievable. Australia make 434 and break the world record. And here South Africa are looking poised to top it.
It's brilliant, Tony. Don't talk to me about choking. You don't chase 434, get past 400 if you're a bunch of chokers. It's been a great performance, all credit to them. And who knows, they might just have a chance still to pull it off.
Yep, not just. They're favourites to win. No doubt about that. 34 of 20 balls. Straight back to Bracken. Well fielded by Bracken. This is not easy, actually, to come in with the ball pitched right up there. What he's likely to do, if they bowl him a short delivery, that's the one he likes. He'll dispatch that to square leg. But if they keep it up and straight, there's always a chance of another wicket here.
Well, if you were a bowler right now, you may be very nervous to try anything. You'd probably just go for the safest bet and get it full and straight as quickly as you can.
Absolutely. Sweep shot, 4! Great shot! Wonderful shot! Well, he's obviously decided whatever that was, he was going to sweep it. That has taken the pressure off. They needed a boundary there. Telemarcus decided to sweep. Probably the first time he's ever played this shot. Have a look at this from outside off stump.
It's a beauty. Man, if you had asked him to play this again, he'd probably miss it. I reckon he was thinking like a bowler, anticipating that Bracken was going to go full and straight. I don't think it's too difficult to work out, though. But maybe just using the pace was the option. Didn't he pull it off sweetly? Crucial moment in the match, and Telemarcus has come to the party here for South Africa. 30 now from 3 overs. One big over from Australia. It turns it back into their favour. We're literally talking in balls right now.
You're dead right. 30 to get. 30 runs to get from 18 balls. It will be the most phenomenal victory if they manage to top the 434 for 4 made by Australia. Lewis smashed away to mid-wicket. It's going to go for 4. Yes, it's hit the boundary. Boucher is playing an unbelievable knot. He's done this so often. 35. Slightly over-pitched, and he's whacked it to mid-wicket. 35 he's got off 35 deliveries.
And it's Lewis. He's still got the ball in hand.
Oh, and he's hit it straight back at him. Lewis has got to get to the stumps. They've come back for 2. Lewis has just cracked 100. 9.2 overs, no wicket for 102.
Well, it was the same year Muralistran went for 90-odd down under. And that's another record broken today. Lewis now becomes the most expensive bowler in 50-over cricket. Well, there's a moment of concern here. The one thing he has done, he's probably stopped a certain boundary.
24 to get off 16. Works it away on the onside. It's another 4. Bracken's chasing. He won't get there. The noise in the stadium is unbelievable. Every shot has been cheered with a standing ovation.
Well, if you weren't at the Wanderers today, you've missed out big time. What a fantastic day's cricket. Well, the first ball went for boundary. Boucher's followed it up again. So this over is working out beautifully up for South Africa.
It certainly is. Oh, and that's hit the bat of the non-striker. Otherwise, it may well have been 4. Boy, he hit that beautifully.
I'm just wondering what more we need to see today. That would have been interesting that it gone off the bat straight to cover. It wasn't too far off cover. No, it was hit straight into the ground.
Right, so 2 balls to go in this over. Telemarcus now taking strike. 19 to win of 14. What they don't want is another wicket. I mean, if you start to get 8 down and then 9 down, and then, well, who knows? Lewis to Telemarcus. He's got a nick on it. Going down to third man. It'll be picked up down there. Telemarcus comes back for the second. So 2 more to the total.
It's virtually 1 boundary out from South Africa. It's down to run a ball. And then you got it back, South Africa. Surely to win this match. Lewis has got a 1 ball left of a rather eventful spell. He's just gone for 109. Telemarcus, we know, is going to clear that left leg. He's going to be swinging from the hip.
It's got to be up and straight. He's hit it like a rocket. What a shot. Boy, is he strong. It's gone for 4 to extra cover. Lewis has taken a terrible pummeling. They're on their feet, the South Africans. Absolutely everywhere. The flags are flying here at the bullring. Spare a thought for the bowler. He has disappeared to every corner of the Wanderers.
You have to question Ricky Ponting continuing with him. He's really had 1 or 2 more experienced options. You got a feel for the bloke. 113 runs in 10 overs. I just wonder if he'll ever come back from something like this. Take a very, very special cricketer to really get over this. Yeah, that's something you don't want to have behind your name. Most expensive figures.
The place has broken into song. Is the call from the crowd here. There will be some Australians singing Waltzing Matilda, but they'll be drowned out. He now holds the world record. Boy, this is an up and down game. Lewis won the match for the Australians with that last ball in Durban, and today he's been absolutely slaughtered. Bracken through the offside for a single. 13, now is that 12 to get off 11 balls. Really, it's only a runner ball. Only wickets can save Australia.
Quite right, Tony. Just look at the reaction from the changing room. Well, I sense maybe there was a boundary there somewhere. Wasn't to be, it was straight to the fielder.
Well, spare a thought for the next man in. Yeah, they're on their feet for singles at the moment. It's in the air. This has got to be out, surely. No, it's going to be short. Oh, it's a great catch. Wonderfully taken. Well, Hussey is an unbelievable fieldsman. He has taken that beautifully. He had to come in miles. It's the very thing the South Africans didn't want to see happen, was a wicket to go down, because now they get into a situation where there's just a possibility they'll get bowled out. Look at Hussey go. Inches off the ground. Brilliantly taken. Well, what a game.
.423 for 8.
Well, there it is. 12 to win of 10 balls. This is where the lower order batsmen, the tail-enders. Yeah, well, one of them is Andrew Hall coming out. That's where you want to make sure they get in the nets and have their fair share.
Well, he wanted a man for a crisis situation, or a tough one. He'd back Andrew Hall any day. He's done it so many times at provincial level and for South Africa. I think he's just the perfect guy right now for Boucher. It's literally run a ball. Somewhere along the line in those 10 deliveries, South Africa should pick up a boundary. And Roger Telemarcus, maybe it wasn't quite on, but he couldn't hold himself back. Great catch.
Oh yes, that was brilliant. Right, now then, 12 to get from 10 balls. Andrew Hall is the new batsman. Another wicket falls here. All of a sudden it's 9 down. Boucher has got the strike because they crossed. Right in the block hole. They get a single. Well, all they need is a run of ball. Don't write out the possibility here of a tie. And unlike golf, there's no count back here. They'll both get their hands on the trophy. It almost seems that we should bring them out and have a bowl-off or something.
Well, I think it won't be a bad reflection on how the series has gone. There's a cool customer, Andrew Hall. And Boucher's been superb too. He got in with Callis. Got through that little period. He's seen 1 or 2 wickets fall around him. So only 11 shy now, South Africa. The new batsman's on strike.
Right in the block hole and wide of the fieldsman. They'll come back for the second. Hall races away. In goes the throw. They're back for 2. A very, very useful 2. 9 runs to get off 8 balls. And we have a situation now where, look, just on Boucher, 44 in 40 deliveries under the most extreme pressure. There can't be a cricketer in the world that's got a better temperament in situations like this than Mark Boucher. He has done it time and time again. Anyhow, he's down the non-striker's end. This is Hall on strike in the block hole, straight to Ponting. Can't quite get there. They'll get a single. That's all they need. 1 every ball.
Well, Tony, Brett Lee's got a bowl. I think the question here for Ponting is surely got to bowl Lee the next over. Well, if he feels lack of pace is what's going to do it for Australia, he's got 1 or 2 other options. He's going to be caught the last over. Who bowls that? There lies an opportunity for Boucher, and I'm sure he's got it in mind. Just take it to the last over, and we should be home.
Round the wicket from Bracken. Right off the middle of the bat. They'll only get a single. Always a chance of a wicket falling. 7 to get off 6 balls. There have been 3 ties between Australia and South Africa. And this is very, very tense stuff. There will be those in this ground who will not watch. There will be plenty at home who will say, no, thank you very much. We'll go out into the garden.
So we are, in fact, down to the last over. There's going to be no follow-on, obviously. And I can tell you, it looks like Brett Lee. He's warming up. He's bowling a few deliveries. He wants to get this right. Somehow, though, who's South Africa? No, I've just got to keep that between the ball and the stumps. Bat on ball should do the job for them.
Yeah, well, Brett Lee's going to do the job. And quite right, too. The leading fast bowler in Australia. And he's just pausing with Ponting now, having a little chat. Right, where are you going to bowl it, mate? 7 to get off 6 deliveries. Boucher, if he can get a 4 away here of 1 of these deliveries early on, then they don't have to take any chances. On the other hand, if it's a few dot balls, then they do, and a wicket could fall.
So what's he got in terms of his field? Yeah, fine leg is up. So don't stray down the leg side, Brett Lee. Cover, mid-wicket, backward point. So the only sweepers, square and straight, and third man.
You're right, fine leg is wide open. Boucher gets it down to fine leg. He's got 4. He's hit it. Oh, it's hit Brett Lee on the shin. Just a single. Boy, that could quite easily have gone rocketing away down the ground, and that's hit him square on the shin too. He hit it so well, I think it went rocketing into, was it his shin or his ankle? He'll take time out here, that's for sure.
Well, let's just bear in mind there's a test match series coming up as well. That was on the foot. You've got to say thankfully for his sake. Anywhere near the ankle, it could have been a lot worse. Well, on the shin even.
We did well. I mean, he actually stuck his foot out to stop that. So, I mean, that really, you've got to give him some credit for that.
Yeah, it was a certain boundary. I mean, Boucher hit it powerfully. Mid-on and mid-off. Mid-off's particularly wide. Mid-on's a bit straighter than normal. But you still would have thought that that would have been a boundary.
Right, so that'll make it even worse for Brett Lee. You know, it's one thing losing, that hurts bad. You know, smashed in the toe. Have a look at the crowd. This is just unbelievable. This has got to go down as the greatest one-day international that's ever been played. Here we are in the last over. We got 6 runs required or 5 balls. We're in a packed stadium in Johannesburg. We've got Brett Lee, one of the fastest bowlers in the world. We've got 8 wickets down. If they lose a wicket, we'll be down to the 9th, and therefore they just need to get another one. Gilchrist is trying to help Ponting a little bit, just trying to get 1 or 2 of them in the right place. They've now pushed Fine-Leg back down to the boundary for Hall. So Fine-Leg and third man are in position. Here he goes. What can Andrew Hall do? Oh, it's a great shot. He's got it away for 4. Over the top of long on, down to the boundary for 4. Now South Africa should definitely win.
What a brilliant day's cricket. We keep saying it. We'll have to watch this many, many times over. Man for the pressure situation. Still, he's picked his gap. And now Ponting's got no option but to bring those fielders in. He's got to take the gamble. He's got to ask Hall to try and do that again. Surely, the 2 to win. It's a matter of bat on ball, run hard, and that should be enough. Who would ever have thought that Australia would lose a match defending 434? And Boucher, he's down the wicket to have a chat to Hall. Let's maybe for a moment consider that idea. Now, who's the chokers?
Well, I think it's fair enough. They'll be looking for 1. I'm sure that's what Boucher said. Block and run. Oh, he's had a go. He's out. Oh, he's out. That's the last thing they wanted. He's out. This match is not over yet. There's a little bit of a twist here. There's no way in the world that they could have crossed in time. So the last batsman in is going to have to face the music here. And so there is still a chance that the Australians could sneak in. Here's the shot. He didn't. I'm sure that wasn't the plan. The plan was surely a single.
It had to be. It had to be a question of just getting better onto it. Maybe as it left the hand, Hall thought, well, that's in the slot. Maybe I can get away with it. 4:33 for 9. Well, the big thing here is Boucher hasn't got on strike. Number 11, Makhaya Ntini's got to face the music. 2 from 3.
Well, Makhaya Ntini now has to have the discussion with Mark Boucher, and it's still with 3 balls to go. I feel certain that a single is what's required. Just get something behind it. There's the dismissal again. Straight to mid-on. Taken by Clark. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's the reaction.
Well, you think the single secures you the tie. Then you got 2 balls to try and win it. One secures the tie for South Africa. Well, Makhaya Ntini, he never dies wondering. This will be surely one of the biggest moments of his whole cricketing career.
Right, well, 2 to get, 3 balls. 1 for a tie. So they've got to secure the tie and then win after that. So they've got to go for a single here. Oh, he's got a single. He's got it to third man. Right, now then. They need one of two balls. South Africa cannot lose. They have tied the match right here. Now it's a question of winning it.
The biggest shot in Makai-Ntini's life. The little nudge down to third man for one. And they deserve that. What a brilliant performance. Okay, Mark Boucher, he deserves this moment of glory. It's been a great knock under pressure. You've got to say, Tony, you've got to back him to pull it off.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to go and do anything silly. I mean, all he needs is a single here. They don't want to run out. Straight down the ground. What a victory. That is a sensational game of cricket. And it is a superb victory. Well, I've been around the world watching this game. Look, their tears. They are crying out there. The South Africans are charging out onto the ground. Gilchrist shakes hands with Boucher. Ntini's on a high. Ponting cannot believe this has happened to his team. The South Africans at the Bullring today have seen the best one-day international ever played.
Well, we won't question Tony Craig. He's seen many. And what a great result here for South Africa. Makai-Ntini gave Boucher the strike. And that's been a long time coming. So much said of late about the South African side under pressure. They backed themselves. They had no choice but to go for it. They pulled off one of the great victories of all time. They deserve that celebration. But all credit to both sides. It's been a fantastic, fantastic match to watch. Can you believe it? Ricky Ponting, 434. He won't want that step behind his name. Losing captain. We'll see a celebration which we haven't seen from a serving side for a long time. Brings back memories of the '99 World Cup. One to win. And Australia pulled that off. But today, it's been South Africa's day.
Yes, you're dead right. And out in the centre there, to do it right at the end of Dalian and a Selbornian, can you believe it? And Pollock, who hadn't played in this game, is out there really congratulating everyone. Well, he'll never forget this one, nor should he ever forget it. Look at the smiling face. What a team man he is, Shaun Pollock. And Andrew Hall saying, mate, sorry to let you in, but thanks for doing it.
Well, I keep going back to Makai-Ntini there. You know, he was a guy, and Shaun Pollock was on 99 in a test match, had to swing. Well, today, he just got it down to third man. And I think Boucher, well, he'll be remembered for a very, very long time. But the pick of the day, the knock of Ponting, let's remember Herschel Gibbs.
No, no one is left. Absolutely no one has left this ground.
You cannot believe the excitement down here, and I've got the man of the moment with me, Mark Boucher. What a sensational finish.
I'm actually lost for words. I'm not too sure to say right now. What a game of cricket. I mean, Aussies played well, and knocked at Herschel, and Graham played just spectacular to get us in a position where we can come in and just basically play our natural games. It's fantastic. And this is amazing. One of my best moments in cricket by far.
Sure it is, but what an unbelievable game. I mean, at half-time of this game, what was the team talk?
Look, yeah, we always knew our backs were up against it, but we try to keep it simple, try to work in sort of targets. We knew that we had to get off to a good start, and like I said, Herschel and Graham played fantastically well. And the guys at the bottom came in there, you know, Jan van der Vat put a couple out of the ground, which is what is needed. And it's just fantastic.
Johan was terrific, but let's just go back to the Australian side. I mean, what about Ricky's innings?
Oh, no, it's something special. I mean, it was actually good to watch from behind at one stage. You know, there's a bit of a short boundary there, and most of the batters try to pick on that short boundary today, but you know, you can't take away anything from Aussies. They played spectacular cricket, and you know, just an unbelievable series and a great finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation. We've had the privilege of seeing one of the most extraordinary one-day internationals in world cricket, and it's ended with victory for South Africa, and they clinched the Standard Bank One-Day Series 3-2. I'd like to call upon the Australian captain, Ricky Ponting. What an outstanding game of cricket. But with 434 on the board, you must have thought that had to have been a match-winning total.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you? Yeah. Look, I'm sure everybody here today has just had probably one of the greatest days of their lives. It's been an amazing game of cricket. Full credit to South Africa. We played really well, we batted really well and posted an unbelievably big total, but Herschel and the boys just been too good. They reeled the runs in and they deserve their win.
What an amazing series, 2-2 coming into this game, and we couldn't have asked for a better match to wrap the series up.
No, you couldn't ask for a more exciting one, that's for sure. I mean, 900 runs scored in a day and plenty of boundaries, plenty of sixes and plenty of great highlights. So as I said, I'm sure the crowd's had a great day and overall a very fitting end to a great series.
Well, the man of the match adjudicators had such a tough time to decide who the man of the match is. So he's decided that you and Herschel Gibbs get to share this award. You batted beautifully today.
I'm pretty happy to hand it over to Herschel, full stop. I think he deserves it more than me today to play, to make 175 and be on the winning team. I think he deserves a bit more than me. So I'm happy to hand it over to him completely.
All the best for the Test series. The Australian captain, Ricky Ponting. Well, time now to give another warm round of applause to the man who took South Africa to victory, the centre bank man of the match, Herschel Gibbs. I'm wondering if we're ever going to get to wipe that smile off your face. That was an awesome knock.
I think I'm going to keep smiling the whole night because I won't be able to have energy tomorrow to smile. But
tell me about this knock, because to chase 435 for victory, everyone said it was just academic.
But I think as cricket's world is coming, it's getting a bit bizarre these days with the sort of scores that are, being made. But it needed innings like that from somebody, and it just happened to be my day today. But I think with the help of the crowd, it made it slightly easier. Yeah.
Well, Herschel, thanks for the entertainment. Enjoy the celebrations tonight.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to thank the crowd, and I hope they go to work tomorrow with our Mursa Babalas. Thanks.
Herschel Gibbs, your joint Standard Bank man of the match with Australian captain Ricky Ponting. Time now to reveal the Standard Bank man of the series, and the panel for this was Jane Bramley from SAPA, Altus Momberg from NAS Paris, and Alex Brown from the Sydney Morning Herald. And they decided that for an outstanding all-round performance, your Standard Bank man of the series is South African all-rounder Shaun Pollock. I want to say congratulations, but I also want to know how you're doing.
It feels on top of the world, to watch a game, be a spectator for a game and see a game like that. I think it's an absolute freak game. You'll never see something like that happen ever again, and it was just awesome the boys came through and managed to win the series.
Now, South Africa always rely on you to open the bowling, take some wickets, but you've done quite well with the bat this series. You must be thrilled with that.
Yeah, I've managed to hit some in the middle. It's been nice, I've enjoyed it, and I've played my part when I can. It was pity I couldn't get out there today, although it looked like a bit of a runway for the bowlers. So it's been a really good series for me. I've already been blessed and I've enjoyed it.
Congratulations and enjoy tonight.
Thanks, Cass.
Your centre bank man of the series, Shaun Pollock. Your winning captain picks up a cheque for 100,000 Rand, the Centre Bank One Day International Trophy, and a bottle of Pongrats. Please put your hands together for South Africa's Graham Smith. I could see you heading for the bottle of Pongrats, but I'm not sure what to ask you, because at 434 for 4, it looked like a total that was completely out of your reach.
Yeah, look, I think we were a little bit down in the dressing room at that stage. We knew it was a good wicket, but 434 was a bit unrealistic at the start of play for us. But an unbelievable wicket, credit to the groundsman, the pitch, and what an atmosphere here at the Wanderers, what an unbelievable place.
What does this win mean for your team? Because I just look at all of you and you've got the most elated expressions on your face.
Well, it's huge. I think not only from where we're trying to take our game, chasing 434 is a bit of a big jump for us. We've got to come back down to earth, I think. But I think all of us are just over the moon. We don't even know what to say. I think at the moment we just want to get into the change room and probably have a beer or two and just really savour the moment.
I'm going to let you go, and I want you to go over there and pick up your One Day International Trophy from Mr. Ray Marley. But what about this crowd?
No, just throughout the series, the crowds have been magnificent. Just to the sponsors and to our coaching staff and medical team, you guys have been unbelievable. Thank you very much. Eh?
The winning captain, South Africa's Graham Smith.
That is the performance of the South African batsman. Dippenaar out early. Smith played superbly. Gibbs played the best innings he's ever played in one-day international cricket. And the rest of them kept the pressure coming. They kept the runs ticking over. And Boucher then came in and finished it off with some seriously good help from Van der Vaart in particular. And those partnerships at the top end really set the scene. Smith and Gibbs needed to get them to a decent position so that they could keep things going. Tactically, with the bat, the South Africans were superb. These do not make good reading. It's not often that bowlers get carted around to the extent they have, and I'm not just talking about the Australians. Both sides had their bowlers cleaned up. But the worst figures ever. No wicket for 113 there. Now secured by Lewis, the Australian. And as the summary, well, there it is. They scored 434, batting first, having won the toss, and they actually lost the match. South Africa fought back right down to the wire. Second last ball, the match was won.